Hello. Howdy. Let me hear how that sounds. There might be an echo as usual. Howdy. Oh, God. Okay, yep, you can hear me. That's fine. Let me get the, Let me get ye old music going. How's everybody doing today? Anyone having interesting days? So, today, we're doing, Edgy Teen Hour. We're gonna do the Jeff the Killer rewrite. We're gonna do Jane the Killer, Sally, Clockwork, all the edgy teens. We already did Tiki Toby, so he's already off the chopping block. But we're gonna do them. We're gonna do the stories. So I already know which one I'm gonna start with. Let me get my my image thing and my current story thing. We're not reading Sally.exe. That was yesterday. No. I already know the first one I'm gonna read. We're gonna read Hoodie, also known as The Man in the Hood. And we're gonna throw up, image 6. Because image 6... Oh, shit. No! Am I still alive? God damn it. Am I back? Was it just a hiccup? I think I'm back. I think it was a hiccup. Hello again. Sorry about that. The internet has been really weird recently, this week. I don't know what, I don't know what's been happening. But, we're gonna start with Hoodie today. We're gonna start with Hoodie, the Man in the Hood. I'm kind of excited for this one. I read, like, the first line, and it already sounds absurd. So let's get the Creepypasta music going. Not that. Let's get the Creepypasta music rolling. And let's get into this. Okay. First story. Hoodie, or The Hooded Man, written by Am I offline again? Hello? Another break. I'm gonna have to ask, the provider about this one. I'm kind of dropping in and out, like, constantly right now. I think that's because something was installing in the background. Okay. Hopefully we stay steady. I don't know what's been going on with the internet, but, you know. I might just need to update my computer, to be completely honest. That being said, let's stop beating around the bush here. Let's start. Hoodie. The Hooded Man, written by an anonymous author. Estimated reading time, 4 minutes. Okay. Here we go. Have you ever been influenced by clothing? Good start. I don't mean confidence by looks. Have you ever been given more control than ever by an item, or a truth, or just a favorite shirt? Have you ever been influenced in the worst way? By showing the truth. The following is taken directly from journal entries. The entries were written by a notorious but unknown killer. He is notorious in the means that everybody has seen his work. I think we know what notorious means, thank you. He is unknown, because nobody knows he has done it. Okay, so he's notorious because everyone knows he did it, but he's unknown because nobody knows he did it. Good to know. His origin is unusual. No troubles, no evil family, no magic or paranormal forces. His life was chosen by him and him alone. His identity is also unknown. He will be named from here on as the Hooded Man. We're already leaning into the edgy, super mysterious mystery man. The mysteries of the mystery man that is notorious because everyone knows him, but also unknown because nobody knows him. April 3rd, 2004. It's been really cold around here. I don't have anything really to cover myself. All I have are t-shirts and jeans. So today, I decided to get a jacket. We're going down the path that he's gonna, like, become a serial killer because he really likes his jacket, aren't we? I was just in a local store, nothing special. It's a black hoodie with white lining. I think it looks pretty cool, and when I tried it on, the attendant said it suits me fine. I said thanks to be polite. Common courtesy is hard to find. So I bought it. I haven't taken it off yet. Not only is it warm, but I can really see myself doing amazing things in it. When I look in the mirror, I smirk. I feel amazing. I can't really explain it, but I like it. I really like it. I feel the need to put my hood up. Something about the hood has a way of masking a person. Even though it shows their face, it hides something. Yeah, your hair. It's really late right now. I've been feeling so great all day. Time flew around me. I'll have to explain more tomorrow. What do you mean, explain more? You're wearing a hoodie. You're wearing a hoodie. April 10th. I've had hell of a week. I felt so great. I walked the halls like a big shot. Now's your chance to be a big shot. Sorry. It's a fucking vocal stim of mine. Okay, I'm sure I looked smug. That's why Jack challenged me. Jack challenged you and your jacket. He was so angry. Who never do ignoring an insult was more insulting than responding with... Wait, what? Who never do ignoring an insult was more insulting than responding with shrewd comments about someone's family. He antagonized me. He asked for it. He threw a hard punch and I stood. It stung harder than before when I actually argued with him. I felt so cool all week. My confidence kept me up. I punched him hard in the stomach and I lifted him up with an underhook. Wait, what? You hooked him so hard and like uppercut underhook. An underhook. So hard you lifted him off the ground. See, this is a pattern that we're gonna see with all of them. They're all gonna turn into anime. Like, literally all of them. At one point or another, they're all gonna turn into, like, an anime fight scene. It felt so good. It really did. Parents calling. April 14th. Jack still isn't out of the hospital. They said he's in a lot of pain. He spit a lot of blood. This dude uppercut him in the stomach so hard he gave him internal bleeding. Alright. His parents told me over the phone. I reflected on it. On how great it was when my fist connected. How his cracked scream sounds. That's good to hear, I said blankly. I don't think this is the hoodie driving him insane. I think this kid is just insane to begin with. Kind of like Jeff the Killer and that feeling that he felt and the feeling that he feels. This man also feels the feeling that he felt and he feels when he feels the feelings. I don't care about Jack. I smiled at his pain. I keep staring. I keep staring at my mirror. I'm always wearing my favorite hoodie. It feels so empowering. All of this over up... My friends would laugh at what I say. They would compare me to Spider-Man in his black suits! He's Mean Maguire. He's Mean Maguire. He is the black Spider-Man, the Venom suit. Oh my god. Spider-Man threw his power away. I don't plan on doing anything with my source of confidence. I don't think confidence is... punching... Okay. April 22nd. Jack has gone to a better place. He died! He died. One punch to the stomach is all it took, and he died. He was put in the hospital for days for recovery and died from being punched in the stomach. Okay. Alright. He's dead. He lost too much blood. This is so fucking His father told me the day I visited that he was losing blood due to a personal health condition. But the way his mother looked at me and told me the real story... Oh, wait. The way his mother looked at me told me the real story. I killed him. I still remember the satisfaction of hitting him. I never wanted to kill him. I need to think about what I've done, right? That'll fix my feelings. But what is there to think about? Regret is a foolish emotion. I don't need regrets. Oh my god, this is so Edge, so cringe Edge. I mean, it's half expected. Can you imagine? I feel like, can you imagine? You're like in high school or something, and the fucking weird kid shows up with a new hoodie. And then he starts walking around like he's fucking Tobey Maguire, Mean Maguire doing the dance down the hallways. Punches some dude in the stomach. He goes home because it like hurts or whatever. And then just in this kid's mind, he's like, I put him in the hospital. I killed him. Oh, I'm so badass because of my new hoodie. This is just the autistic kid. This is just Dad's been avoiding me lately, and Mom just tells me she loves me. They both want me to feel endless guilt, but I won't. Or rather, I can't. I can fake it for the public, but the truth is, I'm not sorry. Spider-Man's story is starting to make me think more. What is the fascination with Spider-Man? But why would a cursed or possessed hoodie land in my possession? Everybody who knew Jack glares at me. This is the stupidest shit I've read in my life. Is this worse than Jeff the Killer? I guess in some weird twist. I mean, Jeff the Killer was burnt. Well, he was already crazy, but he was like burnt before he like fully snapped, right? This guy just went nuts over a hoodie. Over a new hoodie. He went to like a thrift store, got like a $2 hoodie, and he's like, I'm Spider-Man now. Oh my god, I don't know what's worse, this or Jeff the Killer. You know what, Jeff the Killer is worse because it's longer. We'll put it that way. Everyone who I would talk to has transferred themselves out of my class or went to a different school. Oh, badass over here. Teachers don't look at me much, or get on to me if I break any rule. Today, I threw a pencil at my history teacher. It hit his shoulder. He just froze for a second and continued what he's doing. He's saying that everyone is horrified of him now. Listen, if you punched a kid in the gut so hard that he got killed, the police would be knocking at your door. Even if you're a child, you would at least be considered to be brought to juvie. All right. You wouldn't go walking around the school with your teachers quaking in their boots. Oh, I'm so scared of the 15-year-old. Oh my god. Everyone either hates me and probably wants me dead, or they fear me. My writing is the only comfort I have. I can be at peace and let myself go. April 25th. This is the shortest paragraph of this journal entry so far. They provoked me. They threatened me. I had no choice. They would have killed me. My hood protected my face. The knife naturally moved from Rob's hand to mine. I didn't mean to. The writing was a short line at this point. I mean, what can I even say about this shit? What is there even to say about this shit? I notice I'm still dropping. I hope not too much. I hope you're still getting the general idea. April 30th. 5 days. 5 days of being interrogated. Okay, now you get interrogated. And sleeping in a cell. Oh, now you get arrested. You didn't get arrested for punching the guy in the stomach so hard that he internally bled to death, but now you're in jail. They decided I was only defending myself. Fair, I suppose. I guess the guy pulled a knife on you first. Okay. I can hear Mom and Dad talking. They want me gone. They're both scared. I was an idiot to think that this jacket of mine was possessing me or changing my personality. It's just a really cool jacket. I love how it looks. I feel like such a badass. You are a psycho. You are a fucking freak. I remember how I put the hood up. I put it up when Jack challenged me. I put it up when those guys tried to kill me. I feel no remorse. I feel indifferent. I am in control. I have finally come to realize insanity. He lost his mind over a fucking neat jacket with a hood. I wanted to kill them, all of them. I needed only a push and the confidence to fight. I got it. Mom and Dad are irritating me. They all irritate me. That's the end of the story. Okay, do I even need to say anything? Okay, so quick summary. Kid buys a jacket. Kid really likes the jacket. Kid kills 2 people. And then he becomes a serial killer, by the way, somehow. Because in the very beginning, it says that he is a notorious but unknown killer. Notorious because everybody has seen his work, unknown because nobody has known he'd done it. Except he was in jail when he stabbed a kid. Okay, first of all, in the journal entries, he literally says everybody knows he did it. But somehow no one knows he did it. And also, what do you mean the hood hides your face? This is so fucking stupid. Do you think that whoever wrote this, our anonymous writer, do you think he actually bought like a new hoodie? And he was like, oh my god, this is so sick, I have to write a horror story. And then he just wrote this. What do the comments say? When I realized he described the same hoodie I'm wearing, I'm starting to see a pattern here I'm not sure I like. Me now realizing I felt the same way when wearing a certain hoodie. What the fuck? My hoodie is like a second skin. You know, some of these comments are... Oh my god, there's literally a comment here called Hoodie Girl. From Hoodie Girl. I never go without my hoodie. Just like Hoodie. And when threatened or in a bad mood, I pull the hood up. Am I a female version of Hoodie? And then the comment that replies says, no, you're not normal. Or no, it's normal. Sorry, I read that wrong. I would have liked it better if it followed a little more along the lines of his actual backstory. His actual... What, you mean Marble Hornets? Because there's a hoodie in Marble Hornets. This was stupid. This was really dumb. Oh my god. Alright, well that was Hoodie. Our first edgy teen of the night, and honestly, I don't think anyone will be able to out-edge that teenager except Jeff the Killer himself when we get to the Jeff reboot. How long is the Jeff reboot? 34 minutes, not bad, not horrible. How long was the original Jeff the Killer? 23 minutes, so it's a little longer than original Jeff. And then Scars of Corruption, the sequel, how long is that again? 86 minutes. Okay. Should I read that tonight? I mean, it's the Edgy Teen Hour, right? I have to read the reboot first. Put some stuff in between, and then that one, right? Who's Nina the Killer? I thought it was Jane the Killer. Who the fuck is Nina? Sally, Play With Me is up here. Which one of these should we read next? I want to read one of the girl ones. Nina, Jane, or Sally. One of them. Or Clockwork, because I think that's also like a female edgy teenager. We already read Tiki Toby. We'll do... how long is Nina the Killer? 16 minutes? What the fuck is this picture? Oh my god, she has a collar on that says Jeff. She has a collar on her neck with 2 hearts on it that says Jeff. In the picture. Okay, we're reading this one next. Let me just, update the text. Let me get rid of this image. And update the text. Current story. I feel like I should be deeply frightened about what I'm about to read. Nina the Killer. Nina the Killer. And then the art that's provided at the story here is, like, actually someone's art, so I don't know if I should throw it up. I mean, it's on the official Creepypasta website. I wish they, what am I trying to say? Gave credit to the artists. I guess if it's the official creepy art for the, like, on the page, I should use it, right? If the artists of these want to come out and be like, hey, I drew this, let me know, and I'll definitely credit it. But, I don't know the artist that did this art. But there it is. This is the image that we have for this, for Nina the Killer. I still can't get over the fact she's wearing a collar that says Jeff with 2 hearts on it. Let's just jump right into this. We're gonna be here for about 16 minutes with this one, alright? Okay. Nina the Killer. I heard recently that there's a new killer. A new one. I was surprised when I heard it for the first time. I first thought that it was just a crazy fan of Jeff the Killer. I already feel like I know where this is going. Because of her appearance. But after doing a thorough investigation of her, I discovered that it was worse than a monster. Things didn't went well after all. What? Things didn't went well after that. This story is translated from Spanish, so there might be also written anonymously. There's no author that I can see here. It says anonymously. It's translated from Spanish, so there might be some English errors. Just a heads up. I read it from a local newspaper. Strange and unexplained murders have increased for several months. They had investigated that the suspect was a killer. That's what murders are. Usually an act of a killer. The investigators found a witness who said that it's not only one killer, but 2 killers! Exclamation point. They really want you to know that's important. He said that both of them are attacking different cities. It's still unknown if they work together or separately, but luckily I was able to find another witness from the hospital. He told me what happened. Here's what the witness said. It happened one night, the guy narrated. I was walking away from work to home and I was alone in the streets. Then I had decided to take a shortcut because I want to get home quickly, but it was a big mistake. When I was already halfway to my home, I began to feel that I was being watched and I heard footsteps. I turned quickly, making sure that a thief is not following me, but I found nothing. So I just thought spelled T-A-U-G-H-T, that it was just my imagination. I continued walking, but the feeling of being watched became stronger, and I heard footsteps close. I noticed something approaching then. Suddenly, I saw a black-haired girl with a magenta streak in her hair. She looked like she was 16 or 17, though her face did not look like a human. Her skin was very pale, and her eyes looked at me with a thirst for blood. A classic thirst for blood stare. She had eyes that were very wide with a strange, disturbing look. Her smile was so dark, and I was afraid. I stood still for a minute. I felt great fear running through my body. She didn't say any word. She just stood there for what seemed an eternity, and finally, the girl just gave a speech as she moved her head to one side in a way that a psychopath could do. I immediately felt nervous. You already said you felt fear. You don't have to reiterate that. Okay. Go to sleep, my prince. Then I quickly ran the opposite direction. I ran as fast as I can, but it was not enough, and she was too fast. Fucking Sonic EXE 2.0 over here. Then I suddenly feel her dark presence, followed by a sharp stab through my arm. I fell to the ground with a groan of pain. You must have incredible pain tolerance if being stabbed in the arm only elicits a groan. Can I just say? She released a hysterical laugh. She used her knife and she stabbed it into my shoulder. She managed to slice off my shirt, making my stomach bleeding, but luckily I hear the voice of a policeman who had come. Wait, she stabbed you in the shoulder and then your stomach started bleeding? Something doesn't add up here. He was holding a gun, but the girl just smiled to it and the police fired several bullets in her direction. But the girl avoided it rapidly and she ran quickly. This bitch just dodged bullets like Neo from the Matrix. Neo? That's what he's called. Yeah. What the fuck? What do you mean she dodged the bullets? Even Jeff the Killer couldn't dodge bullets. When he was getting shot at, the kids just had shit aim, but she can dodge bullets? What do you mean she can dodge bullets? Okay. I saw her climbing one of the houses and she disappeared. Okay, also she can climb at an incredible rate. I was never able to forget that face, let alone that laugh. After my interview with him, the young man was found dead in his house. His body was chopped into pieces. It was full of blood everywhere. I would expect as much. And the room where the body was found on the walls was found written... Wait, what? The room where the body was found on the walls was found written with blood that said, "You didn't go to sleep, my prince." Bro. The origin of Nina the Killer. Nina Hopkins is an 11-year-old who transferred to a new school so that she could be closer to her home. What? 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 She transferred to a new school so she could be closer to her... Was this 11-year-old at a school abroad? What do you mean? So that she could be closer to her home. She transferred to a new school so that she could... What? One Sunday morning, a day before her first day at her new school, she woke up and went to the bathroom and brushed her teeth. She went back to her bed and looked her laptop to connect to the Wi-Fi. Nina was not the type of girl that was very cheerful. She was not the type of girl that would open the window and let the light in her room and do something productive. No, she just enjoyed sitting down to watch animes or listen to music like rock, J-pop, or K-pop, playing video games, or just play guitar. So she liked to be herself and loved her family and friends. That sounds cheerful to me. What the fuck are you talking about? She liked to be... She was not the type of girl that was very cheerful. She liked to be herself and love her family and friends. Okay. But this time, she did not want to do any of the things that is considered normal. This time, she wanted to read Jeff the Killer creepypasta for the 1000th time. Oh my god. So she's a Jeff the Killer fangirl. She's a Jeff the Killer stan. That's why she wears a collar that says Jeff on it. She adored him it was her favorite. She felt a strange attraction to him. She had an admiration for him more than anything, and every time she read it, she felt a strange desire, but she didn't know why she enjoyed this strange desire. Bro. What? Where is this going? This is gonna be the worst episode. The last episode was full of stinkers. This one's gonna be even worse. These are all gonna be dog shit. Oh my god. When she started to read it, the door suddenly opened. She quickly saw her little brother, Chris, and his beautiful green eyes. Nina thinks Chris is her prince. What? She loved calling her little brother Prince because when she was little, her mother would always tell her fairy tales when it's bedtime. Uh-huh. She liked this type of stories, and she thinks the princes in fairy tales look like her little brother Chris. Chris had dark black hair, fair skin, and light green eyes like his late father. However, Nina has light brown hair, fair skin, and light blue eyes like her mother. Okay? It's time to eat, said the child with an innocent smile. I'm going, my prince. She pinched the cheeks of her little brother. She left my laptop on the bed and went to eat. Okay, alright. The cracks are showing. The cracks are showing. She left her laptop on the bed, but it's written she left my laptop. This is a self-insert. This is a self-insert character. This is how this girl who has written this story sees herself as. I mean, Jeff the Killer is also a self-insert, and I bet you Hoodie's... All of these edgy teen stories are all going to be self-inserts, by the way. I hope you know. I hope you understand that these are all going to be troubled children who are writing themselves as serial killers for catharsis. The next morning, Nina and Chris went to school. Nina got up and dressed in a shirt that's her favorite, and she took her bag. She felt something strange. Oh god, it's the strange feeling again. Like a strange desire. Okay, so Jeff had the strange feeling that he felt, and he felt it. But Nina feels the desire that she desires because it's desirable, and she desires it. So there's the key difference between the two of them. She did a strange little smile that formed on her mouth. Suddenly, she heard her mother's voice, and she was in the reality again, and she immediately took the... What, she dissociate? She took the bag, and she completely ignored what happened, and she quickly went downstairs. Are you both ready for school? Asked the mother. Hello? It's me. I'm back. Okay, so listen. I figured out... I fixed it. I fixed the internet. I fixed it. Alright. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Okay, hi everybody, I'm back. I fixed the issue. I found out what it is. For some reason, my driver was forcing... Hold on a second. Okay, sorry. So, I fixed it. Apparently my driver was forcing a lower net rate. So I changed it to forcing a higher net rate. In any case, it should work now. That being said, we're gonna continue Nina the Killer. I know exactly where I left off. Let me pull this a bit closer. Excuse me. I know exactly where I left off. So I'm gonna mumble for like 7 years. I'm gonna get back to it. What was that tag? Madness, paranoia, and mental illness is one of the tags for this. We're gonna pick up where we were last time, halfway through. I don't have anything else to say other than I'm sorry the internet went out and the internet sucked and the internet went bad. I checked exactly where I left off, so I could pick up exactly at that. So, with that being said, and I'm gonna stitch it all together in the VOD, so it's still one, coherent VOD. So, with all that, let's, everyone having a fucking conversation that I'm interested in, but I gotta do this. Alright, so, back to Nina the Killer. We left off at, Nina and Chris are going to school. Nina felt a strange desire, that formed a little smile on her mouth. But anyway, back to where we were. Alright. Are you both ready for school? Asked the mother. Yes, they both responded. Well, good luck in school. And her mother went back to the kitchen. Bye, Mom, they both responded. They walked to the school because Nina thinks taking the bus is annoying, which fair, quite frankly. They both went their separate ways. Nina went to high school while her little brother went to elementary. Wait a minute, isn't Nina 11? Aren't you in middle school when you're 11? You mean she went to high school? She went to high school while her little brother went to elementary school. Nina didn't really like attending classes because she thinks it's boring. Who doesn't? When the siblings finished taking classes, they both decided to find a quiet place to eat without having to worry that students are playing around them. So she found a garden behind the school where there's no people, no teachers, or even students. I feel like teachers and students both classify as people. They sat and eat, thinking they would have a peaceful breakfast, but they heard footsteps. Nina looked up and met a girl much older than her. She had black hair. Oh no, we're gonna do the anime bully thing again. We're gonna do the fucking bully thing again. We have another fucking Troy, Keith, and whatever the third kid's name was. It's gonna happen again. I'm so excited for whatever bullshit anime fight theme they're gonna have, like with Jeff the Killer. I'm so hyped for that. Oh my god. Well, what do we have here? New students, announced the girl. My name is Claudia, and I rule at this school, and if you do not obey what I say, you will suffer. Getting straight to... What is... I'm gonna hold it for now. She said as she pulled a knife from her jeans. Okay, I'm not holding it anymore. What the fuck is with these stories and every child being, like, an evil piece of shit with a knife? They all have knives. Troy, Keith, and what's-his-face had guns. What was the name of the last kid? Whatever. I don't remember his name, but, like, what the fuck? She pulled a knife from her jeans. Then, suddenly, two guys came out from a nearby tree. They were known as Malcolm and Yoni. Nina sat up quickly and stood in front of Chris to protect him. I thought they were at different schools. Hey, we don't want any trouble. We just want a peaceful breakfast, Nina clarified. A breakfast at school also, by the way. Wouldn't it be lunch? I'm being way too overly picky. How can I not? How can I not with this shit, to be fair? How can I not be overly picky with this? I see. But you shouldn't be here. This area is ours, Claudia said as she approached them. That's stupid! You have no right to make us go away from here, said Chris while confronting Claudia, but Yoni punched him in the stomach. Oh, you gotta be careful with that. You might cause internal bleeding forever. Chris collapsed, but Nina quickly held him. Chris! Said Nina, holding in her arms. Well, if you don't want to be next, I recommend you obey and get out of here, claimed Claudia while pointing Nina's face with a knife. Nina did nothing but punch Claudia's face. Claudia collapsed to the ground, and Nina took Claudia's knife and stabbed her shoulder. There's a lot of stabbing in the shoulder. She stabbed the other guy in the shoulder as well. as an adult. That's her MO. She stabs you in the shoulder and then you bleed from the stomach. Then, Nina gave a strong kick on the crotch of Malcolm. He quickly fell down to the ground, but Nina didn't stop. She quickly released several kicks in the boy's face. The boy's face was now full of wounds and blisters. He had a nosebleed. This is not that I don't expect it, but this is one-to-one with Jeff. When they got pulled up on by the bullies, he beat the shit out of them, but and in this one, when the bullies pulled up, she beat the shit out of them. Why is my taskbar not going away? Can I just... I'll worry about that later. Yoni became frightened immediately. What kind of name is Yoni, by the way? I've never met someone named Yoni. It's probably a name somewhere, but I've never heard of that before in my life. Yoni became frightened immediately when he saw how Nina attacked Claudia and Malcolm. He started to run away from her, but Nina immediately noticed it and she quickly ran to him. She used Claudia's knife and she quickly lunged it at the boy, targeting his stomach. "Nina!" she heard the voice of her little brother. Nina immediately turned to him, and she got very confused as to why his little brother had a very surprised look on his face. Should be her little brother. Nina decided to let Yoni go and stepped back, although there's been a lot of inconsistency writing mistakes in this. Nina decided to let Yoni go and stepped back. She looked at her bloodstained hands. She felt like a monster, but she had to admit that her killer side was extremely good. She turned back to her brother. Her killer side was extremely good. I don't understand, like, why in every one of these it's like the killer within them, the embracing the insanity. Like it's always so like it's cringe. It's cringe. Her brother was surprised at what he saw. He was shocked at what he saw. Okay? Nina ran to him and took his arm. "Come on, we can't be here for so long," I said. Another slip in the cracks, said I instead of her. Then we left the garden. After that, Nina went to wash her hands. She knew she must avoid telling somebody or even mentioning what happened. Her little brother Chris thought it was just self-defense, but she knew something else was going on there. She knew that was something stronger and horrible is starting to form inside her. That feeling of being powerful and strong. The need to hurt someone. At least in this one, they completely, like, spell out that it's a need to hurt somebody, instead of in Jeff the Killer where it just goes, the feeling is the feeling that you feel and you felt the feeling and you feel. The day passes quickly, and when the siblings returned, they sat down to eat with their mother. "Well, how was school?" asked his mother with a sweet smile. Chris stayed quiet and didn't answer the question. "Great," Nina commented with a psychotic smile. Nina went upstairs after eating, and they eat a lot. I feel like they've been eating constantly in this story. Nina went upstairs after eating and opened her closet, revealing her collection of Jeff the Killer. She had several Jeff posters, Jeff clothing, and some Jeff notebooks, Jeff dolls, and Jeff stuffed animals. Okay, so wait, is this in the same universe as Jeff the Killer, or is this, like, supposed to be our universe? Right? Or is this supposed to be a universe that has Jeff the Killer as a story in their universe? Because if this is the Jeff the Killer universe, you're telling me that there's, like, a psychotic, crazy-ass serial killer running around, and they made merch out of the guy. To be fair, that's not entirely, you know, out of the question. But at the same time, what? Jeff, what do you mean Jeff dolls and Jeff stuffed animals? You telling me we have furry Jeff? We have, like, dog Jeff? Fox Jeff? This is just a Hello Kitty girl. She took a doll from her closet and put it in her bed. She looked at the doll. She couldn't tell if the doll's sinister smile intimidated her or amused her. And then she whispered, "Jeff, you made me do this." After the incident, Malcolm and Claudia were found unconscious, but they didn't find the culprit. They also had no idea that Nina was the one who did it. Okay. In Jeff the Killer, Jeff is like 14, 15, around that age, and his little brother is like 10 to 11. Nina is 11, and in high school apparently, and her brother, if we're going off like the same age rating, her brother has to be like 6. If the police show up and pull a gun on this 6-year-old, I'm gonna crash out. She had the advantage to avoid suspicion, and since it happened the first day of school, many couldn't tell if Nina was there because a lot of people didn't know much when it comes to new students, and it didn't gain much attention. Also, a lot of students didn't know whether it happened on the first day of school or not. There's only been one day of school. When else could it have happened? One day, Nina opened her locker. She found a note which said, "I know what you did, but don't worry, I will not tell anyone. You are very skillful, but also very dangerous. Please don't tell me Jeff the Killer is about to recruit her. Please don't tell me Jeff the Killer." Okay, we need to see. I'm gonna see where this goes. Nina didn't find a signature or anything to identify who wrote the note, but she had the nose that someone saw her but decided not to reveal his name. They're already saying it's a he. It's gonna be Jeff the Killer. It's gonna be Jeff the Killer, and he's like, "Oh, you have skills, young one. I will train you in the ways of murder and insanity." And he's gonna be her Mr. Miyagi, and like teach her the stabbing techniques. Dude, this is so fucking stupid. Meanwhile, Nina's sanity didn't improve, and she took the knife in the kitchen and hid it in her pocket while sleeping in the room with her brother and mother. Huh? One day, when Chris was playing with his new friend in the park, Nina's mother, whose name is Monica, noticed that it was getting dark. So she asked her daughter to tell her brother that they are going home now. Nina went to look for her brother, but she didn't saw her little brother. She became worried, so she went over to Chris's friends and she asked them where his little brother was. They responded that a black-haired girl took him. Oh, okay. Nina became very worried and went home to take the knife in her room that she hid so that her mother wouldn't find out about it. Nina spent a lot of time finding him. She was getting desperate and she hoped that her little brother is in a safe place. Then she saw a car coming. Okay, hold on. When the door of the cars opened, she saw something that was thrown away in the ground. She was surprised when it was Chris who was in the ground. Then she heard laughter coming from the car before the car went away. Are you trying to tell me that the bully, Clara, or whatever the fuck her name, drove a car? Like, this other 11-year-old girl who rules the school, bow and obey, drives a car? Unless her mother is implicit in this. Unless her mother or her father is implicit in this shit. Nina quickly held Chris in her arms. Her little brother was brutally beaten and his clothes was ripped apart. Jesus. "Chris, what happened?" she exclaimed while holding the body of her brother. Them Nina at me to play," said Chris while trying to speak to Nina. Nina tried to control something that was screaming inside, over and over and over again. She felt that she needed to control her anger. Nina quickly took him to the hospital. Nina called her mother and informed her what happened to Chris. Her mother quickly went to the hospital. The doctor told them that he had internal bleeding and swollen wounds was found in his body. The mother of Nina began to cry. We know her name, you can just say her name. But Nina just kept quiet to the situation. She wanted to avoid hurting someone just for revenge. Okay, listen, you already, like, beat the shit and stabbed 2 of them? And you were like, "Oh my god, my killer side is great. This is wonderful. I love this." And now you're like, "Oh, revenge isn't the option. I don't want to hurt someone." Pick a lane! Pick a lane! The next day, Chris was released from the hospital, but the doctor told him to rest for 3 weeks. Nina didn't go to school because she wanted to take care of her little brother. She would tell Chris some stories, and she would help him by making sure he would take some medications. Nina went to school again. She received a new note which read, "I'm sorry about your brother. I hope he recovers. You must never think you're alone. I'm here. I'll be your friend." Nina suddenly blushed after reading it. She checked the letter again, but she didn't find a signature. It's our boy Jeff. It's Jeff. Like, come on. It's our boy Jeff the Killer. Weeks have passed, and the arrival of the school's picture day arrived. Nina was ready for the picture day. She wore a short black skirt, black stockings with deep red stripes, and a sleeveless t-shirt that had black and blue stripes and a bloody red ribbon in her long ponytail hair. But she felt that something was missing, so she looked in her closet. She sees her favorite purple hoodie, oh god, which reminded her of Jeff the Killer's hoodie, so she put it on. She went downstairs and sees her little brother waiting in the stairs. They both left the house to say goodbye to their mother. The siblings went to school, but this time they went to the bus to avoid meeting the trio again in the road. When they arrived in school, they saw the trio. Claudia, Malcolm, and Yoni are walking in the hallway. It's not spelled Malcolm this time, it's spelled Malcolm. They seem to be searching for someone, but Nina was aware that the trio are searching for her and her brother Chris. The siblings decided to stay away from the hallway and must avoid being seen by them. The day passed quickly, but unfortunately the trio found them. Nina felt that she's being followed. When she turned to face her back, she received a punch in the face and fell to the ground. Then she saw her brother. He was caught in the arms of Malcolm. Nina, that's how it's spelled. Nina tried to get up, but she received another punch in the belly. She fell back to the ground and she looked up. She saw Claudia. "At last I found you, bitch," said Claudia while standing in front of Nina. "This is my revenge for attacking me last time," she said while pulling a gun. You better be careful. Nina knows how to dodge bullets, fucking apparently. "I don't want to fight you," Nina said while trying to stand up. Claudia immediately shot Nina using her gun, but Nina quickly reacted to it and she avoided the bullets. "What do you mean?" she reacted to the bullet. This is an 11-year-old girl, by the way. This is an 11-year-old girl who was on her back on the floor. She was on the floor because she got knocked over. A gun pointed at her. And she fucking rolls out of the way the moment the bullet fires at her. Oh my... Jesus. Dude. What do you mean? She's more powerful than Jeff the Killer. This is why Jeff the Killer wants to recruit her, because he's like, "Oh shit, she can dodge bullets? Fuck." That's what he says. And then he writes her a note in the locker like, "Hey, you know, we should hang out sometime. I'll teach you how to be a killer like me." Because Jeff knows how to throw knives like a fucking ninja, and she knows how to dodge bullets, so they're like the ultimate power couple, apparently. This is so fucking stupid. Nina stood up. I feel like this is even worse than Jeff, by the way. I think this is unequivocally worse than Jeff the Killer. Oh, Jesus. Nina stood up and ran as fast as she can to an abandoned house nearby, okay. I thought they were at a school, but alright. It was locked inside, so she climbed up the stairs. Huh? The trio tried to shoot her with a lot of bullets, but they couldn't successfully shoot her. Nina went inside in the bathroom and she was trapped there. She wanted something to defend her. "Nina, are you gonna stay there? Did you forget what I did to your little brother?" "You idiot!" Claudia shouted from outside the abandoned house. Nina suddenly felt a combination of hatred and anger. And that she needed to kill someone. Nina looked around the room. She saw an iron rod. This is a beat for beat when Jeff was in the bathroom with the towel rack. A twisted smile formed on her face. She took the iron rod and left the room. She quickly dodged the bullets and hit Yoni through the head, releasing a stream of blood. Some of the blood went on Nina's face, and there, something that changed her, something broke. Like a thin thread had broken. That thread that divides sanity from insanity. Malcolm and Claudia took a few steps back. Nina turned to their direction, showing a psychotic smile, making even Chris shiver with fear. Claudia tried to run along with Malcolm, but Nina hit Claudia in the head. She fell down, and I mean, I was gonna say, why are you running when you have a gun? But she can dodge the bullet. She's fucking Neo, apparently. She fell to the ground, and Malcolm decided to release Chris from his hands, but Nina didn't stop the violence. She attacked Malcolm in the head a lot of times, and making his head full of crimson blood. Claudia tried to get her gun in the ground, but Nina prevented her. Nina pointed her iron rod to Claudia like it's a fucking sword. Nina, do you feel good? Chris said as he felt afraid from his big sister. Nina turned her face to him with a little more relaxed look, but she didn't stop smiling. Do I feel good? I feel great. My prince, let's go home, Nina said to her little brother. Ugh. Nina and Chris returned home. Her mother saw Nina with full of blood, so she quickly went to her room. Nina grabbed her laptop and wrote a note that perhaps no one would ever read. It was midnight. The mother of Nina and her brother were sleeping. However, Nina could not sleep, so she got up. She looked in the mirror and smiled in a twisted way. She went downstairs, and she was ready to do the craziest thing in her life. Like the rest of what happened isn't fun. Oh my god. Nina walked into the kitchen. She drank a bottle of vodka and put it on the table. Then she started to search for a bottle of bleach in the cabinets. Oh my god, she's gonna set herself on fire. She's gonna Jeff the Killerify herself and set herself on fire. See, this is what happens when you just let unchecked obsession go. Like, oh my god. Started to search a bottle of bleach in the cabinets, but she didn't find any bleach. Where's the bleach? Nina groaned as she looked for it. Do you look for these? Nina heard a voice behind her. Oh wait, she turned around and she was surprised to found a guy at the entrance of the kitchen. Oh boy, the ultimate meeting! He was holding a bottle of bleach. The boy had an extremely pale skin, his hair was black, and he had a disturbing smile! It's Jeff the Killer, baby! He's here! A fucking celebrity appearance! Ah, you're Jeff the Killer, Nina said. I gave him a shadow voice last time. I've been observing you for a while. I think you've become a killer like me, ha ha ha, Jeff said. You're right, so I need the bottle of bleach, Nina said. Aw, let me help you, Jeff said as he opened the bottle and poured the bottle of bleach in Nina's head. Oh my god. Then Nina felt another liquid running through her head. She looked up and she saw Jeff had a matchbox in his hands. Nina smiled at him. What are you waiting for? Do it, Nina said with a passion. Jeff grinned and he threw the burning match in her face. Go to sleep, Jeff said, as Nina's face began to catch on fire. Oh, this is so fucking abducted into the cult of Jeff. Oh my god. The flames, disciple of Jeff, the flame started to spread around Nina's face. She screamed loudly. It was very painful for her. Where'd the music go? Hold on. I don't know why the music didn't, like, keep going. It was very painful for her. No shit. She looked around, but Jeff disappeared, because he's a ninja. Nina collapsed on the floor. She saw her mother and brother quickly going downstairs. Both of them immediately used a bucket of water to put out the fire. They got that really fast. When the fire on her, or they just had a bucket of water ready for, like, in ever the case that their daughter set herself on fire. She saw, when the fire on her face was gone, her mother called the ambulance, but a lot of neighbors came to their house since they heard Nina scream. Nina fell unconscious when they put her on a stretcher and she'd taken to the ambulance. I know this is translated, but this is so fucking hard to read. Like, it's so broken. Among the neighbors, there was a boy that has a black hair and pale skin and has green eyes. His height is slightly higher than Nina. The boy looked at her with some concern, but he doesn't how he can help her. The boy watched as they put Nina to the ambulance. Nina woke up after being unconscious in the ambulance. She tried to move on her own, but the bandages prevented her from moving. Suddenly, a nurse came with her mother and her little brother. "It will be better if you stay still. You shouldn't move around," said the nurse. Her mother and little brother came to her and encouraged her that it's going to be okay. After 1 month of recovery in the hospital, the doctor decided that it's time to take the bandages on her head. Her mother and her little brother were anxious to see her face, but luckily, her face was kept intact and she was not entirely damaged. "Well, Miss Nina, the burns were not severe. You still have had most of your face structure, including your nose, but if the fire on your face kept burning, your face will suffer a great damage," the doctor said while removing the last bandage on her face. That's what it says. When the last bandage was finally removed, Nina's mother was terrified at what she saw while her little brother was hiding behind her mother. What is it?" Nina said while she's getting up from the hospital bed. She runs to the bathroom and she looked herself in the mirror. Her face, it was very different from before. Her skin had turned completely white. Her hair used to reach on her knees, but now it's on her back. Her hair used to go to her knees? What? You cannot grow that much hair as an 11-year-old. Hair to your knees? Hair to your knees. Hair to your knees. Hair down to your knees. Bullshit. Her skin was very soft, like a marshmallow, but her family was very surprised at her new face. "Sister," Chris said while hugging Nina. "You still look as beautiful as before," Chris said. But the child knew that he lied to his big sister because he actually felt afraid from her sister's disturbing face. "Oh, Chris, you're so nice," Nina said while looking at him in a way that was so disturbing. "But I want to be more beautiful," Nina shouted. Nina's strange behavior confused her mother and her little brother, but it also made the doctor confused at the girl's behavior. "This face is perfect! Oh, my dear Jeff, you gave me this beautiful face," the girl continued shouting. "The doctor? Is my daughter okay?" Nina's mother asked the doctor. "Well, usually things go well after a lot of resting, but if her mental health doesn't improve, I'll give her a psychotherapy," the doctor said. "I understand," Nina's mother said. Nina's mother grabbed Chris's arm. "We have to go now," Nina's mother said. "Sure," Nina said while looking her face in the mirror. The nurse handed her clothes, which is her purple hoodie with a short black skirt and black stockings with deep red stripes. Nina dressed up and left the hospital. She went home to her family. She doesn't know that she had become a monster that will kill anyone. They came to the house, and Nina keeps smiling in a disturbing way. Then she noticed a boy in one of the windows in the house. He had black hair and has green eyes. The boy was watching her, but he quickly disappeared. That night, Nina's mother woke up after hearing a sobbing of a girl. Her mother gets up from her bed, and she wanted to find the source of the loud noise she heard. She walked quietly, and she saw the door of her daughter's room was open. She went inside the room, and the room was very dark. She turned on the lights. Then Nina's mother saw something terrible at her daughter's room. Nina keeps stabbing the lifeless body of a girl. She keeps stabbing her with a kitchen knife while smiling. Her intestines and internal organs was removed, and Nina put it on her bed. Her entire clothes was stained with blood. She stared at the ceiling. "She used to bully me at school," Nina said as she kept staring her eyes to the ceiling. "Mommy, I'm becoming more beautiful," she exclaimed as she turned her head to her mother. Her face was really bad. Her smile was shocking, and her eyes was very wide open. "I get tired of being worried. I get tired of being sad and suffer all the time. Now I'll smile always, and people see my beautiful face. This is the face that Jeff gave me. Am I beautiful, Mama?" Nina asked her mother. Nina's mother could not help but take a few steps back, shaking her head. No, Nina, you've become a monster. You've killed someone. Nina's mother started running. Nina quickly followed her mother. Killing people when they run is funny, Nina said as she followed her mother. Nina's mother tried to run at Chris's room to wake him up. You're just bringing her to the... Okay. But when she just about to touch the knob of the door of his room, Nina quickly stabbed her mother's skull with a knife, and her mother immediately fell down to the ground. I'm very kind of sad that Mom does not believe I'm beautiful. How sad, Nina said while pulling the knife out of her mother's head. Chris woke up in his room. Excuse me. He felt he was in danger as he was scared. Yeah. Nina slowly opens the door, revealing her shadow. When Chris realized that's his sister, he took his sheets off to see his sister. But when she saw his sister is holding a knife... Oh my god. Chris became scared again, and he snuggled into his pillow. Chris, Nina said in a whispery tone. Then Nina asked her little brother a question. Am I beautiful? Nina asked him. Chris stayed quiet as he held tightly of his pillow. Oh, come on, Chris. I didn't do anything bad, Nina said. She hides her hands in her back while crossing her fingers. It's a sign that Nina was lying to her little brother. You know, I feel much more better now. Let's start a new life. Will you come with me? Nina said as she gets closer to Chris. Her little brother Chris nodded at her. Oh, good boy. If you want to join me, just go to sleep, my prince. I don't like how she talks to her brother. I really don't like how she talks to her brother. Nina kicked the front door of the house while carrying her little brother on her back. Chris was dead. His dead body was smiling that looks very innocent, but his eyes were wide open that make him look like still alive. But in reality, he's already dead. He was covered in blood and had multiple stabs. Nina took a few steps at the entrance and she slowly looked at her little brother. Chris, I'll kill more people and make them all asleep, Nina said, as she put down her little brother in the ground. Then she walked away to the streets. Go to sleep, my prince. That was Jane, not Jane. We're gonna do Jane soon. That was Nina the Killer. Oh my god. That was horseshit. That was dog shit. Top comment. The Creepypastas are really good. Who 2022, by the way. 2022, posted in 2022. Excuse me? Sorry. I deafened all of you. Nina's 11-year-old and she goes to high school? Yeah, that's why I was asking. Oh my god. This is so bad. It's so oh my god, bro. So she's like a superhuman that has the ability to dodge bullets. So she's like completely impervious and like totally awesome, and Jeff is in love with her. Obviously, guys. Like obviously that's how it works. It's part of the lore. It's part of the lore. Oh my god, dude. I feel like my soul is leaving my fucking body right now. This is gonna be the worst one. Hoodie was dog shit. That was even worse. And now we're gonna read Jeff the Killer reboot. If this is good, if Jeff the Killer reboot, which is gonna be the long one of tonight, I don't know if I'll be able to read the second one, especially with the internet problems we had. But if this one is good, I will be so fucking surprised. And now, actually, I have something that's kind of fun. Remember how we listened to Sweet Dreams Are Made of These by Mew? Like the Mew Jeff the Killer cover? Well, Funnily enough, literally the day after I read Jeff the Killer. Literally right after I read Jeff the Killer. Tell me why Mew uploads for the first time in like 8 months, I think. And it's tell me, and it's a remake. It's a remake of his Jeff the Killer theme. So we have a Jeff the Killer theme remake. I'm so excited to read this because Jeff the Killer is the GOAT in like the best worst way possible. I'm gonna play the Muse Anniversary Edition remake on loop of Sweet Dreams of Jeff's theme. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe. We'll see. I doubt it. but let's see. Jeff the Killer reboot by K. Banning Kellum. I hope I said that right. It's very small text for me from here. K. Banning Kellum. Jeff the Killer reboot. Okay. Let's dive right into this. The day Jeffrey Woods and his family arrived at their new home, the sky was overcast and the weather was muggy. The gray skies seemed to punctuate his mood. Jeff was not thrilled to be here. Their new home was beautiful, though, a true example of his father's newfound success. But still, it wasn't the home he'd known. A week after they'd settled in, Jeff and Lou woke up early. The sky was crisp and gorgeous blue, and although the Louisiana heat was playing its usual cruel trick— oh, we actually have a state now! The brothers decided that a morning bike ride to explore the area would be just the right ticket to combat the slight pangs of homesickness that they'd both been experiencing over the last week. "I miss home," Lou blurted out, as Jeff was smearing salsa on the microwave burrito that would serve as his breakfast. "Me too, Lou. But I guess this is home now. So we just sort of have to make the most of it." By the way, my Jeff the Killer voice is Shadow the Hedgehog, so I'll get, just, be alright with that. "I know, but all our friends and stuff are back in New Orleans. Remember that building we'd always sneak up on top of and watch the city lights come on? I miss that," Lou responded, sounding down. "Yeah, in ZM Video, the owner knew us and would always let us rent R-rated movies with our parents. He'd always hook us up with a free video game rental if we got a few movies. Yeah, I miss that too, but Lou, we have to." Lou interrupted. "I know, we have to make the most of this, but still, this place just seems so fake. And Mom and Dad still treat us like we aren't even here." "Yep, they do. I was sort of hoping the new house would improve their mood, but what can we do?" Lou had no answer. Jeff finished his breakfast, and the two boys left the house to mount their bikes and explore around a bit more. As it turned out, the subdivision they moved into was rather close to a cluster of stores in a small shopping center. Can I say, actually, can I say that so far— is this gonna be blasphemy? So far, this isn't that bad. So far, this is actually— there's gonna be an echo while I hear it, so hold on a second. So far, this is actually— there's gonna be an echo while I hear it. Alright, that's fine. So far, this isn't that bad. A Jeff the Killer story, not that bad. I'm actually kind of curious to see if this is like good, like a better rewriting of this. Inherently, the character is still kind of dumb, but maybe they give him a reason to snap. Maybe they have less of an anime battle with the bullies. I'm curious to see where this goes. Village Shopping Center was the name of the short row of businesses. Within these were a Pizza Hut, a Chinese restaurant, a tobacco store, a Sprint store, and what Jeff and Lou were most excited about, a video store. Oh god, my foot's falling. Oh, my leg! Oh, the static in my veins! Ah! Okay, I'm good. I'm in a position that makes it, like, not as sleepy anymore. Alright. We'll have to get— oh wait, this is Lou. We'll have to get Mom or Dad to come down here and open up an account so we can rent movies, Lou mentioned as Jeff flipped a box over to read the description of a horror movie. Shit, you're right, Jeff snapped, feeling a bit of his frustration at the thought. He knew getting his parents to actually come down here and set up a membership would take forever, since their usual after-work routine was to go off into separate rooms until they got hungry enough to come out and speak. See, they're hammering in that he's from a troubled household, instead of just the parents, you know, just kind of being shit. Jeff glanced over at the girl working behind the counter. Maybe I can go over there and sweet-talk her into giving us accounts, he joked. Yeah, right, Jeff. One look at you and she'll probably ban us, Lou remarked, a smile broad on his face. You doubt me, little man? Doubt you? The guy who's kissed 2 girls and almost touched a boob? Never. Please go on over and lay on all the charm. Whatever. I totally could have banged that girl, but her parents came home, and last time you told me that story, you said her parents were out of town and her sister came home. How old are they in this version? Jeff became flustered, and while the process of trying to make yet another comeback, the girl behind the register removed all doubt by speaking to the boys herself. Hey, aren't those your bikes? The young woman asked, pointing towards the glass window. Jeff and Lou looked over and saw 3 boys outside, 2 of which were riding around in circles on the Wood Brothers' bikes. They would spin them around and then jump off, letting the bikes crash onto the pavement, just to stand them up and ride them again. The 2 boys riding the bikes were both slim in build, while the heavier boy stood on the sidewalk drinking a Red Bull and watching. Jeff and his brother made their way towards the doors of the video store when the fat kid saw them coming. Jeff couldn't hear what he said to his 2 friends, but he made some sort of gesture while shouting, and the other 2 boys dumped the bikes where they lay and walked towards the sidewalk, directionally towards the 2 brothers. Those your bikes? One of the boys asked Jeff and Lou, as Jeff and Lou entered the summer heat. Yeah? Why are you riding them? Lou asked sharply. We just saw them there, man. Relax. Figured someone just left them out for us, the same boy responded, as his 2 friends joined him on either side. This is a lot more reasonable. This is a lot... I mean, not reasonable that they're, like, using the bikes, but I mean, like, the way the interaction is going. Like, the boys didn't just show up and were like, well, fresh meat. It's actually like, oh, chill out, man. We're just using your bikes. So just, you know, it's like, it's not like immediately escalated or like cartoonishly anime. I might be getting the feeling this might actually be a good rewrite. This might actually be all right. We still have plenty of story to go though, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. Jeff, determined to make the good start here, tried to change the course of this confrontation. Well, they're ours. We just moved here about a week ago. We live over on Fairmount Avenue, a few blocks from here. We were just checking out the neighborhood. Jeff hoped that the civil tone could turn things around, and he could tell by the insolent look on the kid's face that it was a difficult gamble. Good for you. You moved somewhere, the fat kid remarked. Oh yeah, Troy, the first boy spoke. They moved into that piece of shit house with the gravel driveway. I was wondering who'd move into that place. Well, Randy, now we know, the big kid, apparently named Troy, replied. Troy and Randy. And Randy, that was the third name I was forgetting. Troy, Randy, and Keith. Randy, Troy, and Keith. Jeff, still trying to salvage the conversation, tried peaceful banter one more time. See, he's not, like, jumping to slaughtering them, either. He's still, like, a normal kid. I want to know how they make him snap. I really want to know how they make him snap in this one. Is he still just going to have the feeling that's the feeling that is the feel, or is it going to be, like, is it going to make sense this time? This is going to be the greatest redemption arc in the history of forever if this story is actually good. Jeff, still trying to salvage the conversation, tried peaceful banter one more time. Okay, so you're Troy and you're Randy. Well, I'm Jeff, and this is my brother Lou. We just moved here from New Orleans. Echo for a moment. Jeff, and this is my brother Lou. We just moved here. I'm going to turn the anniversary... This is a loud anniversary, so I'm going to turn it down just a little more. See how that goes. What does the Discord want with me? I see. I see she got tired. Alright. Sorry. You ain't in New Orleans now, the third boy, who just now decided to speak, remarked. Yeah, who the fuck said you could call us by our names? Randy asked, that insolent, privileged smile never leaving his face. Jeff smiled and responded to Randy. Well, I guess I could have called you a fucking asshole, but I figured I would give you the benefit of the doubt. In that moment, a flare of rage replaced the smirk that had rested on Randy's face throughout his entire exchange. The other two boys, Troy and the still unknown third member of his band, seemed to be momentarily struck silent. Perhaps they weren't used to being stood up to. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that language too adult for you? Jeff asked. And you, quiet boy. We know this isn't New Orleans, Jeff stated to a slim kid that had reminded him of his geographical locations. Because if this was New Orleans, you three would have already gotten your asses kicked for touching someone else's shit. This is a much better confrontation than last time. The slim kid looked back and forth at his two friends. However, Randy, clearly the leader, seemed to know what to say. Keith? You gonna let this little bitch talk to you like that? Jeff knew this part. And while he wanted quite badly to sock Randy and his pals around, a real concern suddenly invaded his mind. If he and Lou got into a fight on their first week in this new neighborhood, their parents would freak. He could practically hear it now, and while things had been far from perfect in their home, even after the move, there was a piece that had fallen over the family, and Jeff, fighting his urges, decided his best to keep it. See, I like this too, that they're implying that he's a little violent, that he's used to fighting, but it's not like, ooh, I'm the crazy evil guy. It's just like he's not against knocking some losers around. Jeff looked over the three very well-dressed, very privileged-looking suburban kids before them and dismissed them. You guys are boring. Come on, Lou. Let's let them continue their playdates without us. Lou laughed at that and followed behind his brother towards the bikes. However, Randy and his little gang of would-be toughs would have none of that. They moved to block Jeff and his brother once again. Where you going, pussy? Randy asked, shoving Jeff. Jeff could tell that shove had no real conviction. Randy was trying to figure him out, see where his buttons were. He'd push harder eventually, but Jeff swallowed the slowly building anger within him once more. Lou took a bit more exception to the shove. We're going to your mom's house. Me and my brother saved up a couple dollars from doing chores, and we hear she doesn't charge that much. Ooh! As the words left Lou's mouth, Randy appeared to only register a small portion of it all. Randy Hayden had grown up in Mandeville. His father was a partner at the local firm that made a lot of money, something else that Jeff would soon come to learn. Randy and his friends, while the same age as Jeff, had grown up in very different circumstances. They were used to being listened to. They were used to being feared. In fact, Randy, the target of the insult, just stood there. It was actually Troy, the fat kid, who stepped forward, fist balled, eyes squinting in anger. Who are you talking to? Troy shouted, and took a wild swing at Lou. First punch. Lou, who was both in better shape and had sparred with Jeff a time or two during his time spent boxing, was able to avoid the punch. But just barely. See, they're even giving a reason why they would be pretty good at fighting. Had that been all, it may have once again ended there. Also, Lou's fighting instead of Jeff. Troy was clearly taken by surprise at Lou's speed and actually didn't attempt another punch. However, these were bullies. Kids that ran in a pack for a reason. The skinny one, Keith, stepped around and threw a punch that connected with the left side of Lou's face. Jeff had seen enough. He'd been shocked at how quickly this evolved into blows, even though he expected it almost from the start. When he'd first met Randy and his friends, he'd been curious. From there, he'd developed an annoyance with them, and slowly, the annoyance had evolved into anger. However, upon seeing Lou punched, seeing the small trickle of blood form on his brother's lower lip, upon seeing the smug look of satisfaction on Keith's face, that anger that Jeff felt suddenly exploded into a rage that he's never felt before in his life. Dude, this is a redemption arc. This is a redemption arc for our boy Jeff. Jeff Woods did not hesitate. He stepped forward, his feet automatically falling into the correct stance that he'd learned from the boxing classes his father once enrolled him into, and delivered a powerful right hand to Keith's face. The skinny boy had no time to register the shock or pain. The punch caught him by surprise, and his knees buckled. Keith went down to the ground in a heap of confusion and dawning fear. Randy, the so-called leader here, was almost too shocked to move. He had quite a lot of experience starting fights, but no real time logged into losing them. He'd never felt control of a situation slip. He was used to being in charge. So now, seeing one of his friends go down so quickly and easily left him in a state of shock that he had no idea how to address. Troy, on the other hand, seemed to have a plan. Throw another punch. He moved towards Jeff, deceptively faster than his weight would seem to allow, and threw 2 equally fast punches. Jeff, however, had no problem sidestepping both attempts. Troy, seeming lost for actions, actually dropped his arms as if to say, "Gee, what do I do now?" Jeff had the answer. He moved in, throwing 3 hooks to Troy's stomach. The hefty kid's eyes went as wide as pie pans, a fitting analogy, Jeff thought. He staggered back, clutching his throbbing stomach. Jeff wasted no time and stepped in once more, fetching a sharp punch to the big kid's jaw, causing Troy to promptly fall on his ass. Jeff was reminded of King Hippo from the Punch-Out game he used to play. He couldn't help but smile. A little bit of a random insert there. A little bit of a random insert there, but it gives a reason for him to smile, I guess. Jeff now turned his focus on Randy. He advanced on the boy, feeling something new forming inside of him. He still felt the anger, the rage, actually, at the antics of these 3 assholes. They had the nerve to mess with their bikes, the nerve to insult 2 kids they've never met before, and of course, the ultimate offense, touching his brother. However, mixed in with the rage was also a sweet, enjoyable pleasure. Not only was he kicking their asses, but he was loving every second of it. It was as though the joy of showing them up was perfectly blending with the rage he felt towards them. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. Together, it formed into a sadistic, controlled sense of power. That was, until Lou stepped in front of him. "Jeff, stop. That's enough." "Why stop now, Lou? They wanted this," Jeff replied in a flat voice that Lou had never heard come from his brother's mouth. "She's calling the cops! Look!" Lou shouted again, and this time, Jeff came back to reality long enough to listen. He glanced over at the video store clerk and saw her on the phone talking frantically and pointing towards the parking lot. Suddenly, Jeff's strange, sadistic haze collapsed, and he regained his former self. "Fuck it, let's go!" he stated quickly, and he and Lou mounted their bikes and rode towards the parking lot exit. "Yeah, you better fucking run!" Randy called behind them. Jeff and Lou paid no mind and pedaled away. A few blocks down the street, they dismounted their bikes and began walking them together. At first, neither brother spoke. Then Lou broke the silence. "Jeff, thank you for standing up for me back there. Thank you." "Yeah, those guys were pieces of shit. They had it coming," Jeff replied, looking down at the street as they walk. What happened? I've never seen you like that before." "I just defended myself, Lou. What was I supposed to do, let them beat you up?" "I bet they go to our school. I bet we'll see them there, and they won't forget this." "Who cares? We didn't ask to move here. We didn't ask for any of this. Mom and Dad just wanted a bigger house in a nicer neighborhood, and we were along for the ride, whether we liked it or not. Think I give a shit what these rich asshole kids think of us?" Jeff stated, and went back to looking at his feet. "Think we'll get in trouble?" Lou asked. "For what? Defending ourselves?" "Yeah, I guess you're right. They did start it," Lou answered, and to the brothers, the matter was closed. However, things are far from over. That fight was handled a lot better than the original. Like, way better. He didn't go breaking his arm and punching him so hard he throws up on the spot. And it was just a simple fight where Jeff lost control a bit and started fighting a bit harder than he needed to. This is actually, like, well written. This is, like, actually good. This is like a redemption arc. At least compared to the original. They found that the trouble they believed they'd escape was in fact waiting for them at their front door. Jeff and Lou saw the police cars well before they arrived at the driveway. 2 cop cars, both parked in front of their house. Both of them felt their stomachs drop, as they well knew why the police were there. The brothers entered the living room to see their parents sitting on the couch, the 2 cops standing up, leaning on the wall, writing in their notebooks. "What did you 2 do?" Sheila practically screeched as the 2 boys entered the house. Lou, younger and less centered than Jeff, began to fall on the defensive. Some kids tried to jump us down by the video store. They were messing with our bikes, and when we went outside, they got in our faces. That's not what I heard, Matt Woods interjected, his voice firm and ripe with anger and dissatisfaction. No, Dad, that's what happened, Jeff began to explain. We were down at the Friendly Video, looking around the store, when these 3 kids started riding around on our bikes. All we did was walk outside, and the kids started talking trash to us, trying to provoke a fight. When we tried to leave, one of them punched Lou. Finally, one of the 2 cops spoke. His name tag read Williamson. Boys, we have some serious complaints about the 2 of you. From what eyewitnesses at the shopping center say, you 2 started the confrontation with Randy and his friends. Jeff took notice of how familiar the cop's tone was when he said Randy's name. This was a small town, after all, and there was a good chance that this cop coached Randy's little league, or drank beers with his dad. Hell, it was even possible that this cop would be an uncle to one of the bullies. No, sir, Jeff replied. We didn't start it, they did. We just wanted our bikes. We just wanted to leave, and they blocked us. Williamson continued as though he heard nothing at all. Jeff said, several witnesses, including the video store clerks... Oh, wait, no. Oh, sorry. Williamson continued as though he heard nothing Jeff said. Several witnesses, including the video store clerk, say that you swung first. They say that the boys were riding your bikes, but let me ask you this. Did you chain your bikes or do anything? To anything? Or did you just leave them outside the store? What does that matter? Lou demanded. Well, son, if you just left your bikes lying around in the street, you can't exactly blame Randy and his friends for riding them now, can you? Yes, you can. It'd be different had you secured them somehow, but you just left them there. Mom, Dad, you're not buying this crap, are you? You know me and Lou don't start fights. When have we ever? These 3 punks messed with us, and if you can't tell that these cops are taking their sides, then you need to open your eyes. Jeff knew he was skating on thin ice, but that rage, it demanded some sort of satisfaction. Jeffrey, we do not speak about these officers in that tone of voice, and do not speak to us that way either. Now, it's pretty obvious that you 2 aren't happy here, and you miss your old home, but starting fights in the streets isn't going to change anything, Jeff's mother snapped back. Listen, boys, you're lucky. None of the parents want to press... Listen, boys, you're lucky. None of the parents want to press charges. This will be reported as a simple scuffle between teenagers, but be advised, you're both on notice. This is a quiet town, not like New Orleans. We don't tolerate this sort of behavior over here. If you see Randy, Creeth, or Troy, I highly suggest you tell them you're sorry. We'll be keeping an eye on both of you, so don't let this happen again. You don't want to have an arrest record, do you? I can't get over how much more, realistic this is compared to the original. This redemption arc of all time, I've said it a million times. Holy shit. Jeff felt his anger bubble over, and he could not hold his tongue. Who is he to you, Officer Williamson? Is Randy your nephew? Is he your friend, son? Or maybe you go over and screw his mom while you're on duty. Which one is it, officer? That's it, both of you, go to your rooms. Matt Woods apparently found that he wasn't a mute after all, as he ordered his sons out of the room. Jeff and Lou walked up the stairs, however they refused to hang their heads in shame or feel any regret. Neither of their parents spoke to them for the rest of that day. Jeff and Lou stayed upstairs, venting their shared frustration to each other. They'd been screwed over even at their young ages. They knew that. They took some solace in the fact that they at least hadn't been arrested or cited. But still, no JDC. They saw what was really going on here. That cop. He was protecting Randy, Jeff whispered to his younger brother. No shit, his brother replied. We have to watch ourselves. We have to take care of each other. You saw it down there. Even our parents didn't stand up for us. Yeah, what the hell was up with that? Lou asked. Imagine their fucking image. That's what's up with it. All they care about is fitting in here. They want to make sure they blend in with the rest of the Stepford families. No more fighting. If we see Randy or his 2 fuckhead friends again, we'll just walk away, okay? But Jeff, you can kick the shit out of them. Why would we walk away? Lou asked. Because I can't kick the shit out of the cops, Lou. I can't kick the shit out of Mom and Dad, and that's what will get us. Fucking Randy and his pals are protected here. You, me, we're not. So if we see them, just avoid them, okay? Please? Lou nodded. I feel like a little bitch, though. I owe Keith for hitting me. No, you don't. I paid him back for that. And paid his fat friend, too. I hope they just leave us alone now. Jeff sighed. Oh my god. Jeff and Lou didn't hear from their parents for the rest of the day. They remained in their rooms late into the night and finally came down to eat after they were sure their folks had gone to bed. Lou said that he felt relieved at that, but Jeff had a sinking feeling that the worst is yet to come. Jeff was correct. The next morning when the two brothers came downstairs together to eat breakfast, their parents were already sitting at the dining room table, staring at the boys, approving of nothing they saw. "Sit down," Matt stated flatly. "What's going on?" Lou asked. "Sit down," Matt stated again, anger dancing on the words. The boys complied without further question. Matt Woods began his diatribe. "Whatever that was yesterday, beating up some kids for touching your bikes, mouthing off at police, disrespecting both me and your mother, that stops today." "We didn't beat anyone up for touching our bikes," Jeff blurted. "Shut up, Jeff! This is a one-way conversation," his father barked. "That kid Randy Hayden, his father is a partner at my firm. Did you know that? Did you even think about that when you were assaulting him over your godforsaken bikes?" "You just didn't think, did you, Jeff?" Sheila added. "How could I have known that?" Matt continued. "Well, I've spent the entire morning talking to his father over the phone. His dad's willing to let it all go, but shit, son, I have to deal with that at work now. Do you have any idea how much damage this could have done to me, to our family?" Jeff felt that rage come back and fought it with all his might to keep it stifled. Instead, he once more tried to appeal to the two adults' parental side. "Mom, look at Lou's face. They split his lip. Can't you see? It's still swollen." Lou turned his head to better showcase the injury. "My God, Jeff, so some kids play a little rough with your brother. Is that any reason to fight them? I wanted to make friends with some of the other families in this neighborhood, but thanks to you, I just don't know." "What in the fuck?" "Hey, Ma, welcome in. Welcome to the readings. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you. We're reading the Jeff the Killer reboot, which I'm completely shocked and utterly surprised to say is not horrible. The original is horrible. This was not horrible. I was not expecting this to actually be a significant upgrade, but it is. Hope your tooth thing went well. How'd that go? How's your day going? Also, I'm gonna be reading comments slowly because I'm, reading stories. No sooner could Jeff or his brother construct a proper defense than their father reading more like stumbling. No sooner could Jeff or his brother construct a proper defense than their father began speaking again. "So, your mother and I have talked this through. Since there are only a couple of weeks of summer vacation left, we decided that Lou should spend the rest of the season at Aunt Macy's place. We've already spoken to her, and she's willing to let him come out there and stay." Both Jeff and Lou were floored by this decision. Both boys began to protest at the same time, but they saw the look on their parents' faces. The decision was made. "Why can't we both go, then?" Jeff asked, a last-ditch effort to at least get away from his parents. "Marcy doesn't want the both of you there. She says you two are too rambunctious, and frankly, we agree." Oh, wait, that was Sheila. That was the mother. Oops. Oh, well. Wrong boys. "It hurts and it feels weird. I hope the pain subsides. You keeping it probably feels weird because it's a little swollen, if I had to guess. Hopefully keep some ice on it, drink water. If you need to keep ice on it, if it's swollen at all. Just take it easy, take it careful. I hope the pain dies down for you." And so it was. Lou was shuttled off to his aunt's place in Abita Springs, Louisiana, a place even smaller and duller than Mandanville. If one can believe that, Jeff watched his brother leave and then walked back to his bedroom. He felt that rage. However, it began to feel almost pleasant to him. He couldn't explain it. He was furious at this turn of events. His parents had turned their back on their own children. However, through it all, these new feelings he was experiencing weren't all terrible. This anger, for example, he could almost taste it. It felt like thick, sweet syrup stirring around in him. Of course, he knew the extra ingredient that would complete the flavor. The satisfying joy he felt when he had Randy and his friends on the ropes the day prior, that mixed perfectly with the anger to create some intoxicating product that Jeff almost craved now. He fell asleep, lying on his bed, thinking about that syrup, that thick, viscous that seemed to work its way into the very fabric of his soul. He wanted it, yet he knew that it was destructive, and that nothing good would come from sampling it again. See, I'm so happy that they're like, the feeling is rage mixed with the satisfaction of exerting power over someone. Instead of just being like, it's the strange feeling of the feeling that he felt when he felt, and then he felt the feeling. It's like described now, and it's actually described well. So I wonder how they're gonna try to push that into like serial killer territory, because they have to have a huge push for that isn't like comically dumb, right? So I want to see where this goes. I'm actually excited to keep reading a Jeff the Killer story. What has the world come to? For a few days, that worked well, and Jeff believed he could get through this. However, his mother changed all of that on an early Saturday morning. Jeff was awoken suddenly by sharp sunlight striking his face. He heard his mother humming, something that she rarely did. Even in his half-sleeping state, he knew that humming was forced. She was doing it to wake him up, and figured that adding sunlight would get things there even faster. When she noticed Jeff's eyes crack open, she sauntered over to his bed and began speaking in a tone that simply oozed false joviality. At first, Jeff had refused. Could his mother be serious? Did she really expect him to go over and make friends with Randy? He was still in bed when his mother stopped her incessant humming long enough to tell him to get up and get dressed. Once he learned why, he told her no. No way in hell. However, his mother was a shrewd manipulator, and she'd know exactly what would get the job done. She promised Jeff that if he did this for her, went over and made it work with Randy, that Lou could come home the next day. She sandbagged Jeff right into the corner with that one. He had no choice but to agree. A short time later, Jeff and his mother were pulling into Randy's driveway. Randy's mother answered the door. "Hi, you must be Jeff," she greeted. Jeff smiled wanly. Is that supposed to be warmly, or is that a word I don't understand? Well, I can't look it up. Jeff smiled wanly and confirmed that was in fact who he was. "Hello, I'm Sheila Woods. Nice to finally meet you in person," Jeff's mother announced, barging past her son and extending a hand to Randy's mother. "Sheila, so pleased to meet you. I'm Bridget Hayden. Sorry to hear that our boys had a little mishap the other day. You know how it is, though, with teenagers. Hormones going crazy and all. Randy never gets into fights, but he explained to me that Jeff and his brother were still new to the area and haven't quite learned how we do things in Manville yet. Isn't that right, Jeff?" Jeff couldn't resist a small jab. Yeah, sorry about that, Miss Hayden. Me and Lou had no idea it was okay for your son and his friends to mess with our bikes without asking. Bridget, he gets that mouth from his father. Never knows when to shut up. How about you and I go and have some coffee, and you can tell me the great gossip around Mandeville while our boys get to know each other the right way. Randy's in his room, Jeff, upstairs. Second door to your left. I'm sure you'll hear the sound of his video games or something, Bridget stated with a very little humor to her voice. Thank you, ma'am, Jeff answered and entered the house. Jeff knocked and Randy answered, and heard Randy answer with, "Come in." "Hey, so I guess you heard. Our parents want us to hang out and get to know each other," Jeff stated with little conviction. "Yeah, it's my mom, all right. She doesn't like drama. Honestly, I think she worries too much. I mean, I'm cool if you're cool." Jeff sat down on the floor next to Randy and struck up a conversation. "So, turns out your dad is my dad's boss? He freaked out about the fight in the parking lot. He was actually worried that he'd get fired or something." "My dad's like everyone's boss. I fucking hate it. I think half the kids at my school talk to me because their parents are somehow connected to my dad's firm." "Why do you hate it?" Jeff asked. "Because it's fake. This whole damn town is fake. You'll figure it out as you go, but trust me. Everyone who lives here is just trying to pretend they're something else. My parents make me do all this shit, all the trophies and stuff, so they can just brag. That's it." Jeff smiled. "I know how you feel. My dad had me in boxing class a year ago because some coworker of his had a brother that worked at a place or something. As soon as that guy quit, though, I was out of that gym the next week." I wish it was that easy, Randy responded. I hate playing baseball, but my dad, oh my god. But my dad will sure have me out there again next summer, and the summer afterwards. It's like he knows I hate it, but wants to make sure I'm out there with his stupid company name on the back of my jersey. Randy, why did your friends fuck with our bikes the other day? I told you, this town's fake and boring as shit. There's nothing to do here. We have to find stuff to do. I mean, there are only so many times you can go hang out at a video store or ride the dirt paths in the woods. All the girls here are stuck up, all the stores close early. There's no mall, and the movie theater is across town. Weren't they... Didn't the fight happen in a mall? That might be the first slip-up. We were just bored, man, so sorry for that, I guess. It's cool, Jeff replied. I guess I'm sorry, too. Things went too far. Oh, you mean the fight? Randy asked. That shit was actually cool. Those guys, Keith and Troy, they just leech on because of my dad. It's like I told you. I'm pretty sure their parents make them hang out with me. We're getting Randy lore. We're getting Randy, like, he's not comedically evil. He's not comedically evil. This is way better than the original. In the original, where he's like, well, fresh meat, and then he like shows up at a 5-year-old's birthday party with a gun and sets Jeff on fire. like this is more like, this feels like I'm reading about people and not like some shitty anime. The afternoon went on, and Jeff soon forgot that this was a mandatory arrangement. He actually started to find himself liking Randy. Sure, their first encounter was a little sketchy, but he was coming around to the guy, finding that he wasn't so bad once his idiot friends were removed from the equation. About an hour later, things took a new turn. Jeff heard the twin pops of 2 car doors shutting in near unison, and then he heard the engine start up. He dropped the game controller and peered out of Randy's bedroom window, just in time to see his mother and Randy's mother backing out of the driveway. Her parents are leaving. About time. I figured my mom would go eventually talk to your mom and to go shopping, or going to get a coffee or something like that. Jeff heard Randy pause the game. Hey Jeff, come downstairs. I want to show you some cool stuff, Randy invited, and Jeff followed. Oh no, he is going to be comedically evil. Oh, okay. I hope they handle whatever he's about to do to him well. And not, like, over the top, like, stupid. Because this is going so well, I don't want it to be broken up, you know, like, broken. Randy led Jeff out into the garage. It was hot in there, with the main door shut. The garage was well kept, though, and Jeff observed stacks of magazines under the workbench, as well as tools and various other utility items stacked about. By the way, if I pause a lot at, like, random intervals, there are a lot of commas in this story. So there's a lot of run-on sentences. That part kind of bothers me a little, but it's okay. But it's okay. Standing in the small, closed-in garage with the late summer heat lingering about, Jeff began to feel a bit uneasy. Well, give me a second. Sorry. Despite the fact that he and Randy had seemed to bond over the last few hours, Jeff couldn't ignore a sense that things were different now that the adults were gone. What did you want to show me? Jeff asked. Hold on, let me get it, Randy replied, moving the magazines out to reveal a small, red box. Jeff watched as Randy removed the box and opened it. Check it out, it's my dad's flare gun, Randy announced and waved the red tubular gun about. Whoa, careful with that, Jeff shouted, more out of shock than real concern. It's fine, dude. Don't be a pussy. It's not even loaded, Randy said. However, Jeff watched as he fished one of the flares out of the back compartment. Randy then continued to fiddle with the flare gun, popping it open and loading a flare. Now it's loaded, he announced. My dad showed me how to use this last year when we went out boating. Sometimes I take it out back and shoot flares at the trees, but maybe this time I don't need a tree. The change in Randy's voice and demeanor was impossible to ignore. Okay, well, cool gun. Let's get back in the house, though. It's hot out here. Plus, I'm getting hungry. What do you have to eat? However, as Jeff turned to walk through the small door leading back into the house, his path was suddenly blocked by 2 more familiar faces. Where are you going, Jeffrey? The fat kid, Troy, blurted out as he and Keith stepped forward into the garage. Took you 2 assholes long enough to get here. I've had to babysit this— I'm not saying that word, that is the F slur. I had to babysit this F slur all day. Randy shouted. A wicked joy was present in his words. Sorry, Randy, but Keith here had to mow his front yard before his parents would let him come out, Troy said in his cheapest tone to his voice. It's cool. We're here now, Keith said. What the fuck is going on? Jeff asked, staring at Randy. He noticed that Randy still had the flare gun in his hands. I'll tell you what's going on, Jeff. You owe Keith and Troy an apology for what you did. You sucker punched him, and then you ran away. You didn't even have the balls to fight him fair, so now you're gonna pay them what you owe. I'm not gonna fight you, okay? I'm done with that shit, Jeff replied as he glanced about the room for an exit. You're right about that. You're not gonna fight. You're gonna stand there and let my boys get their licks in. Then I get mine, and when that's done, you get the fuck out of my house. I'll tell my mom that you got sick and walked home, and after that, if you see us again, you better walk the other way. I'm not gonna stand here and get hit by you or your friends, so just let me go home. How about that? I'll tell my mom that we're cool and everyone wins, okay? Jeff asked. Randy then raised the flare gun towards Jeff. No, you stay, pussy. You stay and take your licks. Jeff felt that sensation once more, that sick, rich, dark matter that swirled about inside of him. He could taste it now. It was heaven. In his mind, he imagined himself diving into it, swimming in it, letting it swallow him whole. He looked around and the sensation only grew. He saw Randy standing there holding the flare gun. It was limp in his hands, though, and the hammer was not cocked back. Jeff knew that Randy had no intention of firing it. He looked over at Keith, skinny and pathetic, a kid born to follow, and Troy, fat and sweaty, breathing a bit every time breathing heavy from his walk over, and of course, in the middle of it all, Jeff himself. He felt that pleasure begin to mix with the rage, forming the perfect product. He tried to avoid sampling it. He knew that only regret would come from indulging in it. However, when it was placed so close, when the aroma and the promise of that sweet, savory flavor was only inches away, Jeff found that he could no more stand against it than a ship in the ocean could stand against a typhoon. Jeff began to smile. Why you smiling at me? You queer for me or something? Randy asked, a slight nervous tinge in his voice. That word's okay. That word's not as bad. That word means weird in some circumstances. You can take it however you wish. But that is not as bad of a word. Am I smiling, Randy? I guess it's because I'm just having so much fun, Jeff announced, and suddenly lunged towards the unprepared kid holding the flare gun. Jeff struck Randy once in the nose. Randy's arms dropped, yet he kept hold of the flare gun. Jeff, without even needing to look, realized that Troy and Keith had actually taken a step back instead of advancing as they should have. Jeff delivered another strong blow to Randy's jaw, causing the boy to drop to the floor. Jeff now turned his attention to Troy and Keith, the two tough kids that had yet to actually make so much as a move in his direction. Troy actually backed up a step and stumbled over the stack of magazines that Randy had moved earlier. Jeff took this opportunity and stepped forward, once again introducing Troy's round belly to his fist. Troy tried to stay on his feet, but Jeff's punches, combined with the stumble over the magazines, caused Troy to fall back, landing hard and striking his head on a concrete slab that was the garage floor. Keith was actually trying to back away. However, Jeff was currently standing between him and the only exit to the garage. Since the carport door was closed... See, that's just the fucking commas again. Jeff took 2 quick steps forward, the skinny kid. Jeff took 2 quick steps forward... oh my god. Jeff took 2 quick steps towards the skinny kid and felt the most intense joy at seeing Keith stagger backwards, knocking his back into the wall. That perfect blend of pleasure, control, and rage had come together. Jeff felt as though he was floating above the world. Somewhere in his mind, he knew there would be hell to pay for this. But at that exact moment in time, he couldn't care less. He didn't care about Lou. He didn't care about being arrested. He didn't care if his dad got fired. All he cared about, in that fraction of time, was hurting Keith. English, I'm trying my best. It's my native language, and somehow I still can't speak it half the time. American English. Keith tried to make a run for it, hoping to squeeze through the small gap between Jeff and the door. However, Jeff clipped him a hard right hand to his face, causing Keith to stagger back again. Jeff could see that his knees were buckling and took full advantage. He moved in, pinning Keith to a wall, and began to deliver blow after blow to the skinny kid's stomach. Keith's eyes became as large as saucers. Once satisfied, Jeff stepped back and watched in demonic glee as Keith slowly slid down the wall, gasping for air. Randy got back to his feet, but seemed to have no idea what to do. "We done, Randy? We good, or do you and your friends need more?" Jeff mocked. "No more. We're cool." "How about you, assholes?" Jeff asked. "It was Randy's idea," Keith said weakly. "Yeah, man, we didn't even want to," Troy agreed. The debate may have continued, but the sound of a returning car broke the tension. "Oh shit, my mom's back!" Randy shouted, his voice crackling in a humorous way. It seemed that the previous tough guy had all but shrunk back to a scared child. "So we'll just say that we were all hanging out," Keith replied. "No, the fucking flare gun! If she finds out that I messed with it, I'm screwed!" "So put it back," Jeff suggested, the sensation of rage fading again, and he felt control returning. Yeah, grab the magazines, please," Randy begged. Jeff found that he rather liked that tone, the begging, whipped dog mentality. Jeff was paying no attention to Randy. Excuse me. He was down on the floor, calmly gathering the magazines. He didn't really care if Randy got in trouble or not. However, if his mother returned and found trouble, he feared that Lou may not be able to return home as promised. Everything else happened in a flash, both literally and figuratively. Randy, now in a panic over the trouble he'd be in if he was caught playing with the flare gun, had begun to sweat. As his hands frantically clawed over the gun, his thumbs pushed the hammer back, unintentionally. He didn't even notice that the gun was cocked. He was turning it over in his hands, trying to quickly disarm it. He then heard the sound of keys in the front door, and he knew he only had seconds now to hide it. Everything else happened in slow motion. The gun slipped from Randy's sweaty hands, and as he attempted to rotate it once more, he saw it fall to the floor, seeming to float to the ground rather than fall. Jeff, busy stacking the magazines, had only enough time to register Randy's shocked gasp. He turned to look in the boy's direction, just in time to see the bright red flare gun hit the floor. The gun discharged, launching a speeding ball of fire directly into Jeff's face. Jeff felt the hot flash of heat and pain tear across the left side of his face. After the initial registry of agony, there was no more thinking. Jeff began to scream, clutching the left side of his face and rolling around on the floor. For a while, he forgot everything, as if he was plunged into that dark, rich syrup once more, the rage almost serving to dull the pain. When he finally did come to a stable level of alertness, he realized he was in a hospital room. Half of his face was bandaged. He knew that much. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, let his family know he was awake, but the drug still had a firm hold. He was awake, but not quite yet functioning. He could hear several familiar voices. I like this. I like that him catching on fire was from an accident and not Randy, cartoonishly pouring bleach over his head and setting him on fire. This is so good. This is written way better. What was the term I was using? The redemption arc of all time is from Jeff the Killer to Jeff the Killer reboot. We still have a bit left. We still have, Jeff going insane and becoming, a serial killer. I don't know how they're gonna do that in a different way. Because before it was he saw his face and then his sanity snapped and he went crazy. If they do that again, I'll be a bit disappointed. I really want to see how they pull this off. If they pull this off. Is he going to be okay, Doctor? Jeff's mother asked. Oh, yes, ma'am. Your son will be fine. However, he will have a lengthy road to recovery, and he will need your support. The flare struck his face and caused third-degree burns on his left side. How bad's the eye? Jeff's father asked. Hard to say at this point. He'll need to see an optometrist for further review. Did I say that right? Optometrist? Yeah, I did. Further review. But the damage appears quite severe. And his face? What about his face? Jeff's mother asked, sounding deeply concerned. Well, we were able to clean and treat the injury in time, so you've no concern for infection or anything of that matter. We'll want him on antibiotics for a while, and he'll need to have the wound cleaned and dressed on a regular basis. But all in all, your son got very lucky. The damage could have been more severe. Doctor, his mother began again. What if there's permanent damage? What do we do about that? As I said, an optometrist will have to examine the eye. Sheila Woods interrupted the doctor, sounding more agitated than before. You're not listening! Not the eye, his face! What do we do to correct his face? She demanded. Jesus. Well, ma'am, we have treated his face. Like I said, there shouldn't be a risk of infection so long as She cut him off again. Not the infection! His appearance! What can we do for that? Miss Woods, that's hardly a concern at this point. Once he is healed and back on his feet, you can possibly explore plastic surgery to repair some of the damage, but honestly, right now we can't waste concern on how he looks. What is important is that your son is healthy. He can expect to be back home in a few days, maybe sooner. Jeff's dad spoke again. Okay, thank you, doctor. Can we have some time alone, please? My wife and I need to speak. Certainly, the doctor replied. Lou, why don't you go down to the hospital cafeteria and get yourself a snack? Matt Woods suggested. But I want to be here in case Jeff wakes up, Lou replied. Lou, they told us that Jeff is heavily medicated. They don't expect him to wake up anytime tonight, so just go, and if he does come around, we'll have you paged, Matt replied. Jeff heard the door open and close as Lou exited. His parents both let out a long, shaky sigh, but Jeff was starting to believe it was not a sigh of relief, but rather one of stress. We're going to have to homeschool him now, Matt. Oh, we're going to have to now homeschool him now, Matt. That's just what it's going to be. We're going to have to keep him home. She heard his mother rant, her voice sounding frantic. What? I mean, he probably won't be able to start school right on time, but I doubt he'll miss a whole year, his father responded, trying to maintain a calmer voice. I'm not talking about that, Matt. I'm not worried about him missing a week or two of school. I mean his face, Matt. You heard what the doctor said. His face is going to be disfigured, Sheila argued back. We don't even know the full extent of the damage yet, Sheila. It could be minor. It could possibly heal. And you heard what he said. Plastic surgery could be an option in time. In time? What kind of time? A year? 2 years? And what about in the meantime? People are going to see him, and they're going to talk. Is that what you want? He's going to be a pariah. You think anyone is going to want to have him around their kids? Jeff was hearing all this and just letting it soak in slowly. As his mind absorbed the words, he felt that rage return. Sick, rich, dark, that syrup of raw, primal emotion. He wanted to scream at his mother, to tell her to shut up. That he was the one lying here, half his face burned, blind in one eye, all thanks to her forcing him to go over to Randy's house. He wanted to ask her why she left, why she went off to go shopping or have her nails done or whatever it was she did. He wanted to know why she'd leave him alone with a kid who just days before tried to jump him and his brother. He wanted to know how she could care more about his appearance than the fact that he was lying in a hospital. However, there was still so much more that he wanted to know as well. He wanted to know how much more his mother hated him. How much more she saw him now as a, how did she put it? A pariah. He wanted to continue to swim in the thick pool of dark hatred that was starting to form from the rage and anger. That was a new one now. Before it was anger. Then it was anger mixed with pleasure. But now it was anger mixed with hatred. And while he certainly longed to be free of it, while he most certainly preferred the false sense of love and concern he believed he'd hear from her before, he also wanted to test it out a bit more. He also began to wonder how well this new recipe blended with pleasure. How would it feel? Matt Woods began to speak again. I just can't believe he shot himself in the face with a flare gun. What in the fuck? I always thought Jeff was more responsible than that. Don't even get me started on that, Sheila replied. I couldn't believe it when Randy and his friends explained to the medics and police how it all happened. Randy was just trying to show Jeff around the house and wanted to show him the collection of magazines his dad kept in the garage. You know, boys, he was probably hoping that a couple of playboys would be in there or something. Then he said Jeff found a box containing the flare gun and just wouldn't stop playing around with it. You should have heard those other boys, Matt. They told me they practically begged Jeff to just put it down before he got hurt, but he just had to show off. I just don't know Where we went wrong, Matt. I thought us moving out here to a nice quiet neighborhood would make everyone happy. Jeff thought he just wants to fight us on everything. Shit, dude. And while that all came together in Jeff's mind, he continued to swim in that black ichor of hatred and rage. The morphine drip added a nice touch of euphoria. Jeff could almost see himself plunging into the syrupy waters of hatred and emerging changed. Each dip brought him so much twisted pleasure, and that when he finally understood, he could sample the pleasure now. Not because he was enjoying what was happening, but because he knew he could enjoy what was to come. Just as the doctor had predicted, Jeff was scheduled to go home a few days later. During his time at the hospital, he never asked to see his face. It wasn't until the last day that he finally asked for a mirror. The nurse had come in to change his bandages, as was routine. She was a pleasant woman, and she spoke to him, asked him how he was doing. He enjoyed her visits. So on the final day, when she arrived to clean and dress his face, he asked to see himself. Are you sure, sweetheart? Would you like me to call in your parents first? She asked. No, thank you, Jeff replied. I think I want to see it for myself first, without them standing over me. I understand, she replied honestly, without a hint of presentation. Once the bandages were off, she handed him a small mirror. Would you like me to step out of the room? She asked. Jeff ignored her and looked at himself, taking stock of the damage. Sure enough, his face was a mess, the entire left side at least. The flare struck him, traveling upwards, and burned a scar into his left cheek that extended to his eye. At first glance, it almost looked like he was smiling on that side. The scar was still bright red, and burned tissue spread out on either side. Once it arrived at his eye, the news did not get any better. His eye was white, just a lifeless bulb plugged into his face. He closed his right eye and found that he could see nothing from his left eye at all. The scar continued up the left side of his forehead, the damage less severe there, however. The hair on the left side of his head was burned off, leaving a few strands to stick up here and there. Sorry, sweetie, but I have to put the clean bandages on, she told him. Jeff smiled. It's okay. There'll be plenty of time for, there will be plenty of time for me to admire myself later. There was no joy from his parents on the ride home, or upon arrival. They spoke very little, and there was a tension in the car that simply wouldn't fade out. As for Lou, he was thrilled that his brother was okay, but he didn't know what to say concerning the damage to his face. So after asking a few questions about the accident and the recovery, he fell silent as well. They walked into their home at dusk, and Lou asked about dinner. He suggested they let Jeff pick a place to celebrate his return home. Just go to sleep. Both of you boys, go to sleep, Sheila remarked. She and her husband both retreated to their bedrooms as well, to argue or feel sorry for themselves, who knew. Jeff and Lou didn't speak much that night. Jeff spent most of the evening staring at himself in the mirror. He kept pulling back the bandages and looking at the scars. Lou wanted to see them too, but felt that it might be imprudent to ask. I'm glad you're home, Jeff. I really missed you, and I'm glad you're okay, Lou said to Jeff as he stared at himself. Jesus. I'm not okay, Lou. Neither are you. None of us are, really. There's a sickness here. The only difference is, now my sickness shows on the outside as well, Jeff replied. Alright, that was a little edgy. That was a little edgy, Jeff replied. His voice as flat as that on the answering machine. What are you talking about? Lou asked. One day you'll see it too. This is what happens, though. This is what happens when it all falls down, Jeff said, still peeking behind his bandages. Jeff, I don't know what you're trying to say, Lou responded. Jeff didn't reply, though, and after several moments, Lou left him alone. Lou went down to his parents' bedroom and knocked on the door. What is it? The voice of his mother asked. Mom, I think Jeff is acting weird. You may want to come talk to him. Go away, Lou. Leave your mother alone, his father's voice answered. Lou, being young, had no other idea, so he returned to his own bedroom. He didn't know that those would be the last words he'd ever hear his parents speak to him. That night, Sheila and Matt Woods awoke together, both being light sleepers. It took little to bring them out of slumber. The sudden removal of their blankets as it was snatched from the bed did the trick just fine. They awoke to see a small light coming from the half bath that was situated in their master bedroom. The door was cracked only slightly, and the light source was weak. They could make out a human shape standing over their bed, though. What's going on? Sheila grumbled. As their vision came into focus, they realized their son was standing before them. Matt reached over and flipped on the lamp next to their bed. Jeff was standing there, his bandages off, his disfigured face beaming down on them, with a long kitchen knife clutched in his right hand. "What are you doing, son?" Matt asked, his mind still trying to shake out the cobwebs of sleep. "He's got a knife!" Sheila screamed, grabbing at her husband's arm. Matt kept his composure, though. "Sheila, it's probably the painkillers. He likely got up and got disoriented. Relax, for Christ's sakes." Jeff tilted his head to one side, still not speaking. He stared hard at his father, slowly bringing the knife up, ensuring that he saw it well. "Son, what are you doing?" Matt asked. "Scaring you," Jeff replied with no emotion in his voice. "Matt, do something!" Sheila pleaded. "Okay, son. I realize you've been through a lot, but you need to go back to bed. I'm gonna call the doctor in the morning, and..." Jeff moved quickly across to his father's side of the bed, his head moving about, alternating between a normal-looking young man and a deformed ghoul that had been lurking in the shadows. "Okay, son. You've scared me. Is that what you wanted?" Matt asked, adjusting to the middle of the bed to put distance between himself and his son. "Good. Now I can start hurting you," Jeff spoke again, with no emotion. His father had time to utter a single syllable, most likely to ask another question, to try and reason with his son. Jeff, however, gave him time to do no more than that. He lunged onto the bed, driving the knife into his father's stomach. Matt attempted to fend Jeff off, but the wound to his midsection rendered him in shock, and his arms fell to the side. Jeff could hear his mother screaming, but paid no mind. He wanted to finish with his father first. Removing the knife, Jeff stabbed down into the stomach 3 more times, quickly. His father gasped and coughed up blood. His body jerked and twitched each time the knife found its mark. And after the 3rd time, Matt Woods lay still. Sheila had backed up against the headboard of the bed. She wanted to climb down, make a run for it, but she balled herself up between the headboard and the end table. In her frantic state of terror and confusion, she couldn't figure out how to do something as simple as dismount a bed. "Jeff, why are you doing this to us?" she asked feebly. "Randy started it. You must have known that, but you ignored it. Lou had a busted lip. You must have seen that, but you ignored it. I was shot in the face with a flare gun, but you believed Randy. Why? So you could fit in?" Jeff asked in a low, almost growling voice. "No, baby, I believed you. I was just your father's job, and we were new here, and... Oh, God, Jeff, please," his mother begged. "Tell me about homeschool, Mom. Tell me all about how you don't want to send me out in public because of my face. Tell me how none of the other kids will want to be my friend, and how none of their parents will want to be yours. Tell me about that, Mom. Tell me about how nice it's going to be, you homeschooling me." "Jeff, please, I was just stressed. I was worried about you, that's all. Please, I love you." "Mom, I think you should take your own advice. You know, what you told Lou when we got home tonight? He wanted to do something nice and welcome me home, and do you remember what you told us to do instead?" Jeff asked, as he now crawled over, cornering his mother on the bed. "What did I say?" she said, the question coming out barely a whisper. "Go to sleep," Jeff snarled, and drove the knife into his mother's chest. He stabbed her over and over again, and as he did, he finally found the perfect recipe, that heavenly blend. That rage, hate, and pleasure all mixed into one perfect formula, and for a while, Jeff became lost in it all. Jeff opened his brother's bedroom door. Not surprised to find his brother asleep. He had dozed off with headphones in, so he slept through all the shouting. That was fine with Jeff. It was easier that Lou not have to hear all that. Jeff sat down on his brother's bed and nudged him slightly. It took a moment, but Lou finally opened his eyes and looked up. Jeff removed his earphones for him. "You're free now, Lou," he spoke softly. "Jeff, What are you talking about? Lou mumbled, still half asleep. You'll see in the morning. I just wanted to let you know I love you. You've been my best friend. Remember that, okay? Thanks, I love you too. Now let's go back to sleep, Lou replied, already dozing off again. Jeff smiled and stood up as he left the room. He looked back at his sleeping brother one last time before he vanished into the night. And that was Jeff the Killer Rewrite. This was so much better than the original. That was way better than the original. It was less like cartoonishly stupid. It was less like an anime with like the cringy dialogue and the fight at the birthday party where they like set him on fire and they all had guns, like all the kids had guns. It was that was actually like good. That actually wasn't that bad. And they let Lou live, which makes sense because Jeff loves Lou. Lou is his brother. Lou is his closest friend. He just killed him for no reason at the end of the first one. Also, I like that they sent Lou to their aunt's house instead of had him get arrested. I'm glad that during the first fight, it was just like a scuffle and not Jeff like breaking a kid's arm and punching another dude so hard he throws up. Like, it escalated normally. And he had a reason to kill his parents. Instead of his parents just existing, his parents were bastards. You know, it was rage. They actually described the feeling instead of it just being a feeling that he felt and he feels the feeling he feels. That was much better. I don't know if Kay Banning Kellum is who wrote the original Jeff the Killer. If it is, then he really spruced this up. If it's not, then this was remixed very well. This was remixed amazingly. I'm actually quite surprised that that wasn't a pile of shit like the rest of them. That's amazing. Now, I do have to say that, unfortunately, because of the internet issue, which I have fixed, I figured out it was a driver issue, I don't have enough time to read the sequel. I wouldn't have read the sequel immediately after anyway, but the sequel is 87 minutes, so instead we're going to do two more. We're going to do Sally. We might do three more, actually. We're going to do Sally. Sally Play With Me, because that's another edgy murder teen story. We're gonna do... There was another one on here somewhere. We already did Hoodie. Oh, wait, no, maybe it is just two. Sally and Jane. It might be Sally and Jane the Killer. I could be forgetting one. We already did Tiki Toby in episode 2. So we're not doing him. No, I think I was right. I think it is two more. I think it's Jane the Killer and Sally the Killer. We just... Or not Sally the Killer. Sally Play... Oh, no, Clockwork. That's the other one. So so yeah, it is three more. Jane, Sally, and Clockwork. We'll read those ones. How long is Clockwork? Sorry, this isn't Clockwork. This is Sally. Sally is 9 minutes. We'll do Sally. We'll do Sally.exe. Now, I don't have art for Sally, so this is, unless I, like, steal art, and I don't want to be doing that to nobody. So, we're not going to have an image for this one. But let me get our non-Jeff the Killer music running. I'll have to turn it up again. Put it, like, there. Maybe I turned that up a little too much. Let me know if the volume is bad, and I'll fix it. Oh my god, what the hell is happening in the Discord? Why am I watching a cat get nuked? That sounds horrible out of context. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Alright. Okay, we're gonna do... Let me... cross this image off. Sally. Also known as Play With Me. Now, I've never read this one, but I know that this was up there with a lot of the classics. I know that this was very, when you saw the Creepypasta majors, it was like Eyeless Jack, Ben Drowned, Slender Man, Jeff the Killer, and Sally was up there, too. It was part of, like, the main... I think, like, all the murder kids were part of, like, the main crew. Because that was, like, the most popular genre for some reason. So we got a bunch of edgy teenagers who were like, oh my god, my life is so bad, I should kill people! And then they, like, registered with Creepypasta characters. It's just because kids are edgy. It's just because kids are edgy, so all of these edgy stories and power fantasies became, like, super popular at the time. But we're gonna do... Sally, Play With Me. I don't have a... Oh, here we go. Written by Shiloh Rose. So, Shiloh Rose is the writer. Let's just hop right into this. The summer was always nice and warm that year. The sun, as always, brought warmth to your skin. The light breezes that swept through the neighborhood made the days not too hot or cold. It was simply perfect weather. But one summer, Sally will never forget. Sally was a young girl, 8 years old, long, curly brown hair and bright green eyes. She was always polite, and she never lied, and did what she was told. Her mother and father simply adored her. They couldn't have asked for a better daughter. Sally giggled as she played with her friends outside of their home, various games like hopscotch and jump rope, even dolls and tag. Sally's mother smiled warmly at the innocent sight and wiped her hands on her apron, calling out, Sally, come inside now. It's time for lunch. Oh, what the fuck was that noise? That was me trying to, like, lower an octave in my voice, getting ready for the next voice. Jesus. Sally looked up from her doll and smiled. Okay, Mommy. Sitting down at the dinner table, Sally lightly bounced in her seat, excited for who knows what. Her mother placed down a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off. Some carrot and celery sticks on the side, and juice to drink. Thank you, Mama. You're welcome, sweetie. As the child began to take hold of her sandwich, her mother took a seat across from the girl and smiled, watching her eat. Guess what? Your Uncle Johnny's coming over. Sally looked up and smiled. The corner of her lips had traces of peanut butter on them. Uncle Johnny? She repeated through her food. Her mother laughed and nodded. He's coming to help Daddy with his job, and to look after you, too. Maybe all of us can go to the carnival, too. Sally chewed the rest of her bite quickly and swallowed. Can Sarah and Jenny come, too? Her mother looked up and thought. Well, that's up to their mom and dads to say, but if they can, sure. Again, the child giggled and bounced in her seat again. And now even more excited of this year's summer vacation. Over the course of the next few days, Uncle Johnny drove up to the house. Climbing out of his car, the man stretched his arms over his head and let out a tired sigh. Uncle Johnny! A small voice chirped, earning the attention of the man. Sally dropped the jump rope she was playing with and ran over to the family member, hugging him. Hey, Sal, how've you been? He asked, lifting the girl up with ease and giving her a proper hug. The girl giggled and looked back to her friends, who were now waving in their direction. I've been playing with Sarah and Jenny. Let's go inside and tell Mama you're here. Sounds like a great idea. He smiled and walked inside the house, calling out to the woman. Marie, I'm here, he called, followed by Sally mimicking him. Mama, he's here. The housewife hurried out of the kitchen and smiled to see Johnny made it. Johnny, you got here safe and sound. The man placed the girl down on the ground and gave her bottom a pat to send her off, and hugged the woman. Of course I did. Why else wouldn't I have come here safe and sound? He laughed, walking into the kitchen with the woman. Sally trotted over to the front door, calling out that she was going back outside to play. Make sure you come in before dark. Yes, ma'am. And off the girl went. As dinner drew near, Sally's father came home, happy to see his brother was there as well. Walking in with his daughter, he strolled up to Johnny with a handshake and a hug. Nice to see you, man. How have you been? He asked, crossing his arms, watching his wife set the table up for supper. Johnny gave a shrug of his shoulders, fiddling with his thumbs. Karen and I split up. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry. Johnny shook his head with a smile. Nah, it's alright. I'm happy. I can move freely without having someone constantly wanting to know where I am and what I'm doing. The two men laughed together, making their way to the table to eat. Thank you, I'm glad you like it. It's yummy, Mama. The adult smiled and chuckled from the child's praise. Plate after plate was empty, and Sally began to yawn over and over again, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Her mother smiled and gently rubbed her back. Looks like someone's tired. Time for bed. Sally nodded and hopped off her seat, picking up her plate and carrying it into the sink. Her mother rose up to take her to bed, but stopped from John grabbing a hold of her arm. I'll take her to bed. He smiled, earning one in return. Excuse me a second. I don't know what's wrong with my stomach right now. All right, thank you, John. The man nodded, watching the woman make her way to clean the dishes and put up any leftovers. Then she looked to see his brother leave for the bathroom to wash up, and followed after the young girl to her room. John smiled and closed the door behind him, watching the girl rummage around through her dresser for pajamas to wear. Need any help? He asked, watching the girl look up with a nod. Okay, let's see what you got. The man waltzed up alongside her and began looking through her various pajamas. You got some strawberry printed ones. I bet you'll smell just like them in your dreams. He took the shirt up and showed her, giving it a few deep inhales. Sally giggled and shook her head, indicating she didn't want to wear her strawberry pajamas. Johnny nodded and placed the shirt back and pulled out another shirt with a unicorn on it. How about this one? Bet you'll ride on Miss Unicorn here. Again, the child giggled and shook her head no. The man let out a small huff before placing it back, and then took out a regular white nightgown. How about this? Be able to turn into a princess with this. Sally's eyes lit up and clapped her hands excitedly as she nodded. Oh, hold on. I see another bot parasite I must ban to the Netherrealm. Sally's eyes lit up and clapped her hands. Sally's eyes lit up and clapped her hands excitedly and nodded. Placing the gown on her bed, he reached over to her and began to unbutton her shirt. I can get dressed, Uncle, she said with a smile, looking down at his hands on her shirt. The man smiled back and nodded, continuing to work his way down her shirt. I bet you can, but you're tired. Why not have some help? He asked, watching Sally nod a few times. Once getting her shirt unbuttoned, he slipped it off her shoulder and gave her tummy a nice poke, making her giggle. He grinned and took a hold of the rim of her shorts and pulled the... Danger! Danger! Stranger danger! Bad zone! No, please, no. Finally, the man grabbed a hold of her nightgown and pushed the opening over her head, making sure her arms could go through the sleeves. Okay. All done, he said happily, watching the girl smile back. Weird. Giggling when she bounded on top of her bed. Johnny rose up and picked her clothes. The door opened up, and in walked Sally's mother, coming to tuck her in. You ready for bed? She asked, walking around the bed. Johnny looked up and hurried over to the other side of the bed. I'll tuck her in, that okay? Marie looked up at him and smiled, shaking her head. Of course not. She looked down at her daughter and leaned in, kissing the child on her forehead. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mama, giving the girl a gentle rub with her thumb on her forehead. The woman took the clothes Johnny had and made her way out of the room. Johnny smiled to the mother and walked over to the light switch, flicking it off. He carefully closed the door to her room and locked it. Oh no. Slowly, he looked over his shoulder towards Sally. Johnny wore a chilling, crooked smile. Oh no. No. Okay, it's not going into detail. Thank God. Okay, it's not going into detail. We're good. Well, I mean, we're not good, but we're day skip, time skip. We've done a time skip. Jesus Christ. Okay. After the next few days, Marie noticed that Sally wasn't acting herself. She wasn't smiling as brightly as she did. She wasn't chipper and didn't speak with the same amount of happiness. Marie took a hold of the child's hand before she left to play with her friends, and took her aside. Sally looked up at her mother with a confused look. Honey, are you feeling okay? She asked. kneeling down to be at the child's height. Sally stared at her idly and slowly began to weep. Her mother widened her eyes in confusion. Sally? Mama, I didn't want to, the girl managed to say through hiccuping sobs. Didn't want to what, sweetie? Oh my god. I didn't want to play. I didn't want to play his game. Child looked up at her mother and hugged her tight. Oh my god. He touched me and made me touch him. Marie frowned and gently began stroking the child's hair, comforting her, lightly shushing her to calm her down. Okay, listen. Uncle Tommy is getting a right hook and then a buckshot to the teeth. If I had a daughter and she ever said something like that to me about my brother that I don't have, I don't care. He's dead. Brother's dead. Underworld, dead. Removed from this earth. Fuck, man. Oh my god. This is making me, like, angry. Like, physically angry. Okay, Mama. Her mother smiled and kissed her head. Oh, wait. I skipped a whole paragraph. Shh, it's okay now. Mama's here now. It was a nightmare, that was all. No, the fuck. The girl had a scary nightmare. Everything is fine now, okay? Don't worry about it anymore. You can't just brush off when your daughter says that to you. You can't... She watched Sally look up at her, her breathing chopped from her crying, and smiled. Okay, Mama. Her mother smiled and kissed her forehead. Now, go wash up. I don't want to play with your friends with a dirty face. Sally let out a small giggle and ran off to the bathroom to wash her face. Later that day, Johnny and his brother came back home from work. Frank sighed, smiling when he saw Sally wave to him. The father waved back and closed the car door, making his way up to the house. Johnny looked up at Sally as well and smiled, waving to her. The child's smile slowly wilted, showing less happiness in it, but waved back as well. Johnny also walked inside the house, pausing when he heard the conversation between his brother and his wife. Sally, what? Frank asked. Oh, because the father saw that she looked upset. Okay. She had a nightmare, a very bad one. She said he touched her. Well, who the hell is he? See, now the father is catching on. Dad instincts. Dad instincts. Hopefully. I hope that he's not going to be like, oh, you're probably right, it's a nightmare. I hope the dad instincts kick in here. I don't know, Frank, but it was only a nightmare. I just want to inform you of what's been going on with her and why she's acting differently. Johnny furrowed his brows in anger, his knuckles turning white. I should fucking kill you where you stand, motherfucker. Then he calmed down quickly, thinking fast. He put on a smile and walked into the room, making it look like he just walked into their conversation and rose his brows. Whoops, did I interrupt something? He asked, watching the couple shake their heads. Johnny smiled again and tumbled back in the direction of the car. I'm gonna head to the store. You need anything, Marie? The woman smiled and looked towards the kitchen. Yes, actually. Can you get me some eggs, milk, bread, and juice? Johnny nodded, about to leave until he paused. Sally wanted to come along too. Oh, wait, no. Oh, fuck. Sally wanted to come along too. Just wanted to inform you. Marie smiled. Thank you, John. Okay. He wasn't home. He just got home. He said, oh, I'm going to head to the store. Sally said she wanted to come along. You just got home. You haven't spoken to Sally. This mother is pissing me off. Notice the signs. Thank you, John. He nodded again and made his way out of the house, keys in hand. Looking out to Sally with her friends, he cupped his hand over his mouth. Sally! That's not his voice. Sally! The child looked up at him and stared. Come on, let's go to the store! John made his way over to the car, gesturing for the girl to follow him. Sally sat there for a moment, then placed her dolls on the grass. I'll be back. Please watch over Marzipan and Lily for me. Jenny and Sarah smiled and nodded, continuing to play their game of dolls without her. Sally reluctantly made her way around the car, climbing into the passenger seat, and buckled herself in. Did Mama want you to go to the store? she asked. Johnny nodded and put the keys in the ignition, turning it on and backing out of the driveway. Yep. Said she wants me to get some food for her. Maybe I can get you something, too. He grinned, looking down at the child. Sally nervously smiled back and looked ahead, watching the scenery pass by. As soon as they got to the road leading to the store, Sally noticed he wasn't slowing down to turn into the parking lot. She furrowed her brows, confused, and looked up at him. Uncle Johnny, the store is back that way, she said, pointing in the direction of the Whole Foods store. But nothing came from the man. He just continued driving, a very faint smile on his face. The child sat up and looked past the back seat, watching the store slowly growing smaller till it was out of sight. Realizing they weren't going grocery shopping, the child watched her uncle drive into a small parking lot in the community park near town. No one went to the park on Sundays. Sally felt nervous, her breath quickening, watching the man with wide eyes. Johnny put the car into park and turned the ignition off, looking at the child, anger obviously showing in his features. You told your mom what happened, didn't you? He asked, watching the girl frantically shake her head no. You're not playing games with me, right, Sally? His tone almost had a slight singing to it. The man reached over and pulled the girl to him, ignoring the struggling she was putting up and her whimpering pleas. You said you'd play the game with me, Sally, and you lied to me. Opening the car door beside him, the man climbed out along with the child and shoved her to the ground, quickly pinning her down, ignoring the cries and writhing the child was making. You have to be punished now for breaking the rules, he said in the slight sing-songy tone as he began to unbuckle his belt. Okay. I don't like this story. I'm filled with discomfort and rage at this story. I don't like this one. Okay, another time skip. This just in. A couple finds the body of 8-year-old oh my god. The body of 8-year-old Sally Williams in the community park. The week-long search is now closed, more tonight at 9. She could have sworn she closed her door before climbing to bed. And guess I forgot. Getting up from the warmth and comfort of her bed, the teen made her way across the room and shut the door. Before she could climb back into her covers, a creak outside the hall rose up. Was it her parents? They must have checked on her to see if she was asleep or something. As soon as she got her legs covered up, the teen froze to hear a faint sound of crying, though it sounded like a child. Slowly rising up from the bed once more, the girl made her way to the door and opened it. The crying seemed to be louder outside of her room. Peering down the darkness, the teen crept down the hallway, following the sounds of the whimpering. Once getting to the end of the hall, that says getting to the end of the all, the typo, the girl gasped. Sitting on the floor in front of the moonlit window was a little girl. She was hunched over, crying. How did she get into their house? Through the window? Swallowing hard, the teen spoke up. Who are you? How'd you get into my house? She asked. Suddenly, the crying stopped. The child slowly moved her trembling hands away from her face and looked behind her, twitching lightly. Blood replaced her tears, staining her hands. There was a deep clot of blood and hair on the side of her head, blood leaking from the wound down her face and onto her dirty nightgown. Her bright green eyes seemed like they saw right through her soul. This is my house, the child spoke, her voice raspy, sounding as if she was struggling to speak. The girl's body twitched and wiggled oddly as she rose up to her feet and turned to face the teen. Her feet were dirty, as if she'd been running through mud. Scrapes covered her knees and legs, and the end of her gown was torn and tattered. The name Sally was sewn into the front of it. Reaching out with her blood-soaked hand, the girl slowly smiled, blood staining her teeth as she spoke. And that was Sally, Play With Me. It wasn't poorly written. As a story, it did its job. It's written well. But the content makes me mad. It's such a tragic story. Like, it was a good story. It was a good story, but just the content of it was... I mean, it did what it aimed to do, right? It aimed to make me uncomfortable. I don't know if mad was a side effect of it, but that happened. Holy shit, dude. It wasn't over the top. It wasn't like freakishly comedic like Jeff the Killer and the other murder children. This was just a story of tragedy. There was a ghost in the end, sure, but this was just... Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Well, that was that one. We're gonna move on. Hopefully we can get the funny train coming back in. Hopefully we can read something that's dog shit. And that's either gonna be Clockwork or Jane the Killer. I think I will do Clockwork because it's on this website. I'd have to go to a different website for Jane the Killer. Clockwork is a 19-minute read, so it is not that short, or not that long comparatively to like some of the 30-minute ones. It has my favorite tag, which is madness, paranoia, and mental illness, because when you see that, you know it's going to be a wild ride of a story full of cringe one-liners and stupid dialogue. So hopefully this will be a nice palate cleanser. That's a lot of words. Good thing I'm reading them. All right. I don't have an official art for this one either, and I don't want to steal art from someone else, so I don't have an image for this one either. So we are going to read Clockwork. Subtext, your time is up. Should I even bother putting that there? Your time is up. I'll do it. Okay. This one is there a credit to this one, or is this an anonymous writer? I notice a lot of the edgy teen stories have an anonymous writer. Credit to Soft Boys, formerly known as Lucid. So that is who wrote Clockwork. My buddy Nick did not want me to read this because he really likes Tiki Toby, and Tiki Toby gets shipped with whoever this character is all the fucking time, and that pisses him off. So let's find out why. Clockwork, your time is up. A little girl sat in her room. Her messy brown hair was put into little pigtails as her hazel eyes stared at the door. She hugged her stuffed giraffe close to her little body and listened closely to the loud yells of her father and mother. "I never should have had any damn kids!" screamed a loud, deep voice. "All they do is make messes, complain, and draw on the walls!" He was interrupted by the shrill, angry yell of the girl's mother. "They're children, David! They don't know any better!" "Oh, fuck me, Maribeth. I don't want to hear your bullshit excuses. I've had just about enough of them." "What do you plan to do about it?" The girl heard loud footsteps towards her room, and she hugged her giraffe closer. The door opened violently, and in the doorway stood her large, infuriated, overweight father. In one of his meaty hands held a large textbook. "David, stop it!" screamed his mother, but the father ignored his wife's pleading cries. He grabbed the little girl harshly by the collar, and she screamed and kicked, trembling in fear. The girl's father held up the textbook. "This is for drawing on my fucking walls, you little bitch!" Starting off not any better. Starting off... I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all of you who are listening right now. This is, I was expecting edgy teenagers, which we did get some of with Hoodie and Nina, and even Jeff, even if it was written better. I was expecting edgy teenagers. I wasn't expecting just borderline abuse. I deeply apologize. I'm gonna have to put like a trigger warning in the title of the VOD. I apologize. Okay, let's keep going. Years later, the little girl known as Natalie was now 9 years old. Going through the stage of puberty at 9, she was naturally a little chubby. Like the usual, she sat in her room watching TV. Her dad was ranting on about some economic crap that she really couldn't give less of a shit about, as she munched on some popcorn. She was also currently drawing a picture. There was a bit of gore in it, but strangely she really liked drawing blood. It gave her some weird satisfaction. Other than that, multitasking was no problem for her. It became apparent to her at a young age, after having to do so much hard work and labor, that she was able to do so many things at once. Drawing ended up being her talent and passion. It was her way from escaping from reality whenever something bad would rear its ugly head and peer in, or when she was simply bored. She suddenly heard the closing of her door, and she looked to the left, pausing on munching on her popcorn. There stood her brother, Lucas, who was 14 years old. "What is it?" She could still hear her father's yelling from outside the door. "Dad scaring you?" He let out a chuckle. "No way. I think we're both used to his yelling by now." There was a long pause. "So, why are you in here?" He played with his sleeve slightly and twitched a bit. "I have to ask you something." He trained his eyes on her. She frowned slightly, growing impatient with her brother interrupting her movie and drawing. "What?" He moved a little closer. "You said you wanted to be cool and grown up like a teenager, right?" She nodded and suddenly brightened up slightly. "Well, I have an offer." "Oh my god, Just spit it out, you dimwit." "You know what guys and girls do together sometimes, right?" "Oh my fucking god, what is with these fucking stories? What the next day at school, Natalie didn't say a word. Oh my fucking god! Dude, it's I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out. The next day at school, Natalie didn't say a word. She did not speak for the whole day. She didn't have anyone to speak to anyways. Nobody could know. Nobody should know. And so, nobody would know. Her teacher picked up on a few of her puzzled expressions, but she dismissed it as if she just did not understand the lesson. Natalie also felt as if she was in severe pain. She had no idea it could hurt. Oh my fucking god, dude. Feeling scared, she walked home and silently went to her room. But later in the day, she was once again greeted by her brother. Nobody would know. At school, she finally decided to tell someone. Even though they weren't her friends, she just felt like she had to. She walked up to a group of girls she would occasionally see in the hallway. They looked like nice girls, and they and Natalie had occasionally talked before. "Hey, Mia." The ginger girl looked over at Natalie with a straight face. "Yeah?" Mia said to Natalie. I really need to talk to you about something. It's been going on for a while, and you and your friends, well, I feel like you're the only people I can trust." Mia and her friends seemed to pull up little smirks, but only for a moment. Little did Natalie know they were hungry for gossip. I know they're trying to, make it as traumatic as, possible so she can become a serial killer. But, dude, does it have to? Does it have to? Does it have to? Does it really have to? You'd never see Jeff the Killer get this kind of fucking treatment. No, I shouldn't be. Alright. I'm just trying to fucking lighten the mood, man. Oh my god. Alright, you can trust us. What's up? One day later was all it took. She had been getting constant remarks on social networking sites such as Facebook. One time, someone even called her a whore. Not to mention their lunch had ended up. She's 9. She fucking. I hate people, dude. I hate gossiping teenage oh my. Not to mention their lunch had ended up getting in her hair. It was going to be the least of her problems, but Natalie, being only 9, could not help but be greatly upset at this fact. However, she did not cut. She did not peep, and she never said a word about it. As you may recall, so far in this journey, she has kept everything inside. They're doing the reminder thing like they did in Jeff the Killer. Okay, it's getting a little... The writing, hopefully, is getting sillier. She supposed it was better. She wouldn't let any pain get the best of her. 3 a.m., school night. Her mother is going to kill her. The girl known as Natalie was now 16. She was productive in high school, close to the honor roll. For once, she felt calm. I may have found... Hi, Rose! You missed bad. Hopefully it gets funny again, but you missed some real sad and bad. Literally, you could have not chosen a better time to pop up, honestly. She was productive in high school, close to the honor roll. For once, she felt calm and happy. Though, like the usual, she would occasionally become a hermit in her room, hiding away from her dad, who still liked to occasionally yell and scream about the economy. Why does his dad have such a fascination with the economy, money and politics, and all the other bullshit that she's flat out tired of hearing? Is that what her dad does every day? He just, like, screams about the fucking economy? Her eyes started to feel heavy. She had an assignment to work on, but that was no longer important to her. All that was on her mind was sleep. She closed her laptop, and after her eyes adjusted to the darkness slightly, she saw her old, worn-down stuffed giraffe in the corner. She stared at it, in complete and utter silence. Memories passed through her mind, and she felt tears come to her eyes, but quickly she blinked them back. No more breaking, she thought to herself, but she continued to stare at it. What the fuck are you looking at? Oh, wait, she said... I thought the giraffe was talking to her. Sorry. What the fuck are you looking at? She said to the stuffed object. It simply stared back with soft, black, beady eye. I wish it would talk to her, actually, honestly. I wish her stuffed giraffe would talk to her. That would be an amazing contrast to what we just read. She looked down sadly at the little toy animal and gently picked it up in her arms. She cradled it and spoke softly to it. I'm sorry. Some tears ran down her face. She pet its rough, short fur softly as she lay down on her bed. She slowly went to sleep. She was woken up by the angry growls of her mother. Exhausted, she slowly opened one of her eyes. I can't believe I forgot to take that laptop away. You were on it all night, weren't you? Natalie sighed and pressed her face deeper into the pillow, hugging her giraffe closer. Her mother sighed and walked out. She took a shower, brushed her teeth, and ate some breakfast. And then she got dressed. She put on a gray and blue hoodie with fur inside its hood. It wasn't her favorite, but it was the only one she could wear to school due to the others being in the wash. She also put on black jeans and some thin, fashionable boots. Finally, she went down the stairs to get driven to school. She hopped in the car and her mom sped off. So I gotta say, the only reason they put that much description in what a character wears in some of these edgy teen stories, because I think this is an edgy teen story. This isn't just like a tragedy like Sally was. This is an edgy teen story, and they're just trying to traumatize her to build her up to being an edgy teen, like an edgy serial killer. They always describe how they're dressed in detail because they want fan art. Like, every time. That's why we have so much Jeff the Killer fan art. That's why we have so much Nina the Killer fan art. That's why we have so much Tiki Toby fan art. They always tell you how they're dressed so they can get, like, fan art out of it, I feel like. Especially since Jeff was, like, the first and he got a shitload of fan art. However, on the way there, due to a lack of sleep, she slowly put her head against the window of the car and began to drift off. Her dreams, or more accurately nightmares, consisted firstly of her physical abuse as a child, secondly of the sexual abuse she had suffered at the hands of her own brother, Lucas, The abuse had lasted for 4 years before she had the guts to turn him away. 4 fucking years. She started twitching and cringing in her sleep, but her mother took no notice. Her mother never took notice. Suddenly, she was jolted awake by the sound of her mother's voice. We're here, her mother said with annoyance in her voice, most likely from catching Natalie napping again. She looked at the large sign of the school, which read Walkerville Collegiate Institute for the Creative Fine Arts. That's a fucking mouthful. She sighed tiredly and stepped out, putting her backpack on her shoulder. See ya, she proclaimed and closed the car door. She walked into the school and chatted with a couple of friends until she went up to her locker on the 3rd floor. She grabbed her books, and before the 5 minutes of time were over, she ran to class. Her English teacher annoyingly put her hand on Natalie's desk. Hold on, the music stopped. I don't know why it stopped. Let's do this one. Where's your assignment, Miss Ouellette? Ouellette? Ouellette. 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 Where's your assignment, Miss Ouellette? Natalie swallowed. I forgot at home. Sorry, Miss Homenuik. Homenuik. What the fuck are these? Miss Homenuik. Your time is up, Miss Ouellette. Don't disappoint me. Natalie seemed puzzled by the thought for a moment. She didn't know why, but those words seemed to melt through her. By the way, your time is up is like her catchphrase. So she just got it. She just got her catchphrase from her teacher. She simply ignored it and went back to... Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Oh, it's starting to hit. It's starting to hit. The sore throat from reading. Let's have a little drink for a second. All right. She didn't... the words seemed to melt... Okay. She simply ignored it and went back to listening to the lesson. And falling asleep not too long after, of course. Later that day, she was heading to her locker for 4th period, when suddenly her boyfriend Chris! It's the return of Chris! When suddenly her boyfriend Chris approached her. What if this is the same universe as Nina the Killer? No, because she killed Chris. Never mind. Hey, talk to me after school, alright? She smiled. She loved talking to Chris. At the time, she didn't suspect anything. Chris was always sweet to her. I just realized the implication of those lines. At the time, she didn't suspect anything. Chris was always sweet to her. Implying that she should be suspecting something. And give the girl a fucking break already, alright? Give the girl a break. Come on. Ugh. During her French class, Natalie failed to pay attention. Instead, she doodled the things she loved to draw the most. Blood, gore, and people being stabbed. Knives, and macabre things of the sort. Others would say it was pretty dark of her to draw such things, but she saw nothing wrong with it. Horror art is awesome. For some strange reason, it actually felt like a normal thing to her. Miss Ouellette. She quickly covered the doodles on her paper and looked up at her French teacher quickly, trying to hide her fear. Yes, Miss Levasseur? With a slight turn of his head, he gestured for her to move her arm. Show me your work. She hesitantly moved her arm, showing her teacher the picture of someone getting stabbed by an insane man. The teacher stared puzzled, looking at her a bit. She smiled nervously. Erase that and get started on your work, he said in a strangely calm voice. He walked away, and she sighed and began to erase the picture. And Miss Ouellette, Mr. Levasseur interrupted. She looked up at him slightly. Your time is almost up to get your work done. I suggest doing it now. Okay, so there's some weird shit going on. That's the second teacher. So he was completely okay with her drawing gore, which, you know, people got interest, especially in arts. Like, yeah, it would bring up a few red flags. So if someone just likes drawing horror, that's all right. He seemed to take it in stride. But now he's also saying your time is up. So clearly something is happening, right? She growled at the remark. Time always seemed to be against her. As far as she was concerned, time could go fuck itself. After class, she walked out of the school to find her boyfriend standing near the fence on a sidewalk. She smiled and walked over, hoping he had something to say that would cheer her up on this miserable day. But as she walked closer, her smile slowly faded. He wasn't smiling back. Chris, what's wrong? What did you want to talk to me about? I hope it's just a breakup. I mean, it's sad, yes, but I hope it's not like... You know, I'd like, I mean, give her a break still, obviously, but, you know, much worse has happened. He sighed. Natalie, I think it's time that we should start seeing other people. She felt her heart break. But why? Natalie cried, and he responded with a stern look. It's your mindset, your drawings, they just creep me out. I think there's really something wrong with you, and the saddest part is that you haven't told me why you're acting like this. It makes me feel irresponsible, so I just can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. And with that, he walked away. Natalie slammed her hands on the bathroom counter at home. She stared at herself in the mirror, her eye twitching. I won't hurt myself like the others. I can stay strong. There was a needle and black thread in her hand. It's pointless. It doesn't help. Some weird sensation pulled at her subconscious. She chuckled slightly. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Excuse me. No, I'm doing it because I want to. She held up the needle with thread on the end of it and smirked. Time's up. Piece after piece, cut after cut. Even though excruciating pain was going through her, she did not whine. She did not whimper, and she did not cry. There were no more tears to shed. All she did was smile. Blood leaked from the pierces and made a low, dripping noise into the sink and onto the counter. When she was finished, she stood back and admired her handiwork. She stroked the horrendous stitches on the side of her mouth, which spread into a wide smile. She felt the warm, wet blood on her fingers and licked it gently, consuming the metallic-tasting liquid in pure ecstasy. She stopped when she saw her mother's reflection in the mirror behind her, and sharply turned around. She saw her mother's wide eyes and pale face, and she looked at her fingers, seeing the blood. She suddenly felt the pain and began to cry. "Mom?" Natalie cried. She never felt so confused. What had just happened to her? Her mother had scheduled some therapy for her. Natalie had not gotten rid of the stitches in fear of how much pain it would bring, so she went to the session with them. She made sure her hood was up to not let anyone see, and she sat down on the comfortable leather seat and stared at the blonde woman across from her in silence. "So your name is Natalie, isn't it?" Natalie nodded. "I'm Deborah, and I'm here to help. Now tell me, Natalie, what has been some of your problems recently?" Natalie stared. Time. Time has been my problem." Deborah gave her a confused look. I would too, as well. I think that I don't understand where that is the conclusion that you make from all the trauma that you've been through. Why is she focusing so hard on the "your time is up" bit and not the horrible... Whatever. "What about time, dear?" Natalie's hands roughly gripped the leather of the seat. "Everything. It makes you live through it, slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society, only to be tortured to seemingly no end until you find you no longer have a purpose. It's a vicious circle. Time does not end, it does not slow down, it does not speed up. It's violent. It makes you live through the torture over and over again, unable to fast forward through any of it." That is a weird... I mean, I get it. I get the idea. That is a weird conclusion to come to, and also, we live in a society. Are you the Joker? The therapist leaned in closer. "Sweetheart, I want you to tell me what's happened to you." Natalie continued staring. There was a long pause. She smirked slightly, the wounds from her stitches opening slightly once again. "Why don't you tell me, Blondie? You're the expert." Oh, she's sassy now. She's got a bit of sass. Okay. Deborah appeared mildly annoyed. Okay, you can't let it... Shouldn't a therapist be able to like, stay calm in any situation? Because, you know, there are going to be some patients that are going to give you some snark. Whatever. "Natalie isn't here anymore." With that, Deborah's eyes widened as she rose to her feet. "I'll be right back. Please stay here." And she walked out, leaving Natalie alone. Bruh. My brother in Christ. What do you... So, okay. So she was like, "Natalie, what do you mean?" And then then she was like, "Oh, Natalie isn't here anymore." And then the therapist is like, "All right, fuck this shit, I'm out." Like, what the fuck? What kind of therapist are you? You're supposed to work through this shit, not just dip. Got her fucking PhD in a cereal box. Maybe if she had done something at this point, she wouldn't have come to be what she is today. Maybe more people would be alive, and maybe she would be sane like she had been before. They're blaming the therapist walking out on her Which is absurd, yes, for her becoming a serial killer. Obsessed with time. For some reason. That's her MO. She's suddenly the time killer. As much as I would love to say that Natalie got up from that chair and stopped what came next from happening, I'm obliged to give you the horrid truth. Why is the story written like this now? Natalie did not move. She sat perfectly still in total silence and absolutely calm. In that chair. And after a while of waiting impatiently, her parents walked in. Natalie stood, happy to go, but she noticed her parents' expressions. Even her father had a strange, saddened expression on his face. Her confusion grew, but she said nothing and followed them to the car. On the way, while she thought she was going back home, she started to drift off. Strangely, she heard a dark voice speak in her dream. It almost sounded like her own, echoing into an eternal abyss. Your time is up. She shot awake, some beads of sweat rolling down her face. She wasn't home. She wasn't in the car. She was in a bed. A white bed in a white room. Oh my god. She looked to her side and realized she was hooked up to a heart monitor. She attempted to get up, but that's when she realized she was restrained. She panicked and began to struggle. Oh my god, they institutionalized her. She went to one therapy session, said Natalie isn't here anymore, and they institutionalized her instantaneously. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean that's what they did to her? Why? She began to struggle, but paused when she heard the door open to her left. A man in a white shirt looked at her, his hands behind his back. He resembled one of those cliched doctors you would see in a television program set in a scientific lab. She paid full attention as Mr. Scientist started to speak. Wait, this isn't some sort of like secret laboratory where they like replace her eye with a clock, is it? Because that's like her thing. She has like an eye. She has like a clock for an eye for one of her eyes. I'm pretty sure. Damn, she had one therapy session and just, yep, you're crazy. She didn't even say anything that nutty. I mean, yeah, saying, oh, Natalie isn't here anymore is like nutty, but like, they fucking institutionalized her on the spot, like instantaneously. What in the fuck? Oh my god. I can only imagine how very confused you must be right now. So am I, he said. But I'm letting you know we're only here to help. Your parents agreed to allow us to administer medication to you in hopes of helping your state of mind. Bro, this what they jumped to like like therapy is like a 50. Therapy is like a 50. They jumped from like sane is 0, therapy is 50. Or like, you know, happy thoughts is 0. Going to therapy is like a 50. They jumped from 50 to 100 real quick. They institutionalized her in a snap. You don't need to worry. The doctor sought to reassure her. You'll be back to normal in no time. Just try to relax. I like that this is starting to get funny. It's starting to wash away the horrors of earlier. He walked over, and as he did, she tried to skittishly move away, but was unable to due to the leather straps binding her wrists and legs. He carefully took a mask and put it over her mouth and nose. Are they giving her surgery? She stubbornly tried to get it off, but felt herself starting to slip under as the drugs kicked in, and slowly her eyes shut. Oh my god, are they actually doing like she's a science experiment and that's why she has a clock for an eye or something? Where is this going? Suddenly, Natalie woke up. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. She was being given multiple injections and something was being rubbed on her skin. She felt woozy, but was otherwise completely aware of her surroundings. She was entering a rare state patients sometimes find themselves in while undergoing surgery. Why is she undergoing surgery? In which they're able to see as they're being worked on. In this state, they can feel the pain and their brain is active, but they're unable to respond. Natalie, however, was able to. Her heart rate began to accelerate as reflected on the nearby monitor, and the doctors took notice of this. They looked at her and took notice of her opened eyes. Why are they giving her surgery? Okay. Can we just recap the events that have happened in like these last 3 paragraphs? She went to therapy. Because she stitched her own mouth shut. Okay, yeah, she like stitched the edges of her mouth. She got therapy. Sent her to therapy. She goes to therapy. She has one conversation with the doctor for like 3 minutes. The doctor's like, oh shit, we gotta institutionalize her. They institutionalize her. She's like in an asylum now or something. And now they're operating on her? What the fuck are they trying to do? Pull the crazy out? What is the point of the operation? What the fuck? Yes, you see, she's what we like to call, cuckoo crazy, so we're gonna perform the autopsy on her. The autopsy where we pull out the crazy glands, and she'll be right as rain. You all understand. It's like, it's the only way I can explain this is it's like a fucking illegal organ harvesting asylum or some shit. Like, what in the fuck? Oh my god, one of the doctors yelled at another. Natalie couldn't make out what they were saying, but she suddenly felt a rush of adrenaline. Shaking violently, she slowly started to slip out of her bonds. One of the doctors moved to hold her down, but then hesitated to do so. Natalie watches all 3 doctors backed away in unison. Wait, okay. So she's strapped to a table, because she's institutionalized, like really strapped down. She woke up from surgery and is somehow breaking her straps? What? This is dog shit. This is stupid. She sat on the edge of the bed in the IV tubes in her arm and the mask from her face. What? She sat on the edge of the bed and the IV tubes from her arm and the mask from her face. That's how it's written. That is exactly how it is written. She got to her feet and started to stumble towards them. You're cut open. Well, what kind of surgery were they doing on her? I guess they were just jabbing her with needles and like rubbing lotion into her skin or some shit. They didn't necessarily say that she was cut open. Why do you need to knock her out to give her medicine? So it's the medicine. They called it a surgery, but they're giving her medicine. What medicine for psychosis is administered through a bunch of injections, as they wrote, and a skin cream? What? New rubbable diazepam. Rub it right on your skin. Keep those thoughts out. Keep the demons from getting out. She got to her feet and started to stumble towards them. Her breath hitched and her vision was blurry. She was vaguely aware by then that she was chuckling like a madman. But suddenly she felt searing pain in her chest. She gripped her chest in agony and dropped to her knees. She coughed up blood, fell prostrate on the floor, and blacked out. That's how it's written. Natalie woke up slowly and groggily sometime later. She found herself back in bed and a doctor sitting beside it. I'm so sorry, Natalie. Something went horribly wrong. Natalie didn't know why, but she felt a tremendous amount of hatred towards the doctor. He took notice of her disgust and looked away instinctively. You weren't supposed to wake up while we were giving you the doses of your mental state. What? You weren't supposed to wake up while we were giving you the doses of your mental states? What, they were just injecting her with pure sanity? What the fuck is this story? The doctor continued. We aren't sure how it affected you, but we have a feeling we're gonna find out. He paused for a moment before taking out a small mirror. The entire time he looked away from her. Regrettably, the medication impacted your appearance as well. Natalie looked at herself in the mirror. Alright, you ready for the cool, edgy... Are you ready for the cool, edgy, badass, like, serial killer look? I bet you the eyes are gonna be green. Her eyes widened. Her eyes were completely green! I called it! Jeff the Killer's got green eyes. Nina the Killer's got green eyes. Sally has green eyes, although she's not a serial killer. That's just a tragic story. Fucking, I don't know if Tiki Toby had green eyes. He probably had green eyes. No, I think he had hazel eyes. I think he's the only murder child who doesn't have green eyes. I think the fucking hoodie guy has green eyes. They all have green eyes. Wait a minute. I have green eyes. In middle school, I was an edgy teen who hated everyone. Is this a pattern? Is this a pattern in people? Well, I guess it's a good thing that I wasn't institutionalized immediately so I could become Kyle the Slaughterer or whatever the fuck. You have green eyes too, and are you an edgy murderer as well? Of the two of you, of everyone in chat right now, are you edgy murderers? My God, I'm gonna read while I await your responses. Her eyes were completely green. That's right. I'm still edgy, but I haven't killed anyone. Yet. My God. Ooh, YouTube? What the fuck is YouTube doing? Nothing I gotta worry about. She noticed she still had the stitches in her mouth. Why didn't the doctors take... Okay. As well, but for some reason, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Her heart rate began to rise again. She gave a low chuckle. The doctor looked on in shock as Natalie quickly moved towards him. I thought she was strapped to the bed, until she was close enough for him to feel her breath. Doctor? She began, still chuckling. He trembled slightly and pressed the button on the underside of the monitor. Yes? He stammered in reply. Your time is up. A loud scream was heard through the halls of the facility. 2 security guards rushed into the room, kicking open the door. Blood! Blood was the first thing they saw. Blood on the walls, on the bed, on the floor, even on the ceiling. What the fuck did she do to this guy? Natalie had strapped the doctor to her bed. The bed was bent at a sharp angle, and the doctor's spine was completely snapped. Blood poured out from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Did she get fucking super strength? And there, in the corner, was the murderer, happily drawing her gruesome pictures on the wall in blood, along with the hastily scrawled phrase, "Your time is up." Natalie slowly turned to look at the guards, and a wide, crazy grin spread across her face. "Hello, friends. Would you like to play?" And with that, Natalie began laughing uncontrollably. The guards quickly drew their guns, but before... I mean, good call at this point, yeah. But before they could act, Natalie charged at one of them. What is with these creepypasta characters and being faster than a fucking bullet? Jane the Killer was dodging them like fucking Neo from the Matrix, like literally dodging them. At least in Jeff the Killer, it was like, oh, they, like the original, they missed all of their shots. And Jeff the Killer, oh, Troy Keith, whatever, they missed all their shots. In fucking, Tiki Toby, well, it wasn't even a gun in Tiki Toby. He was able to go uncontested. In this one, they pulled the guns, but they never got a shot off, as far as I know yet. In Nina the Killer, it literally states that she dodges the bullets as they come out of the gun. This is before her face was burnt, so she could be like her love, Jeff the Killer. But, like... What is with these creepypasta characters being faster than a gun? Like, why? But before they could act, Natalie charged one of them. One of the guards fired a round, but Natalie was able to dodge it. Okay, never mind. She's also Neo from the Matrix. She's also... She can also dodge bullets. She quickly dodged the bullet. You want to know the weird part? The weird part is this is the only character who I could actually believe could manage that. Because Nina the Killer was just like an 11-year-old girl. She feels like a superhuman right now because she like eviscerated the doctor. She somehow broke his spine in a way that splattered his blood everywhere. So like she's gotta be a superhuman, right? After they injected her? That's what happened, right? I'm grasping at straws for any sense. But that had to be it, right? The medicine they gave her, because the guy said... No, because her eyes are green now. They weren't green before. The guy said that the medicine has some other effects that we'll find out. It has to be some weird super serum. She's a superhuman now, so it makes sense that she can dodge a bullet, right? Or am I grasping at straws? That has to be it. The edgy stories are edgy to be edgy. I mean, yes. Correct. That's why Hoodie exists. That's why Jeff the Killer exists. Hoodie was so fucking funny. I put on a hoodie and I got so much confidence I felt like Black Spider-Man and then I killed people. Like, that was the whole story. No, she has to be a superhuman. That's the only explanation I got. She grabbed a large knife from the sheath on his pocket and slashed it right across his waistline. Blood and organs flooded out. Okay, the force she would need to do that, she's superhuman, confirmed. And he collapsed to the ground. She inhaled deeply, loving the damp stench of death. The remaining guard shook with fear and dropped his gun. She slowly walked up to him and placed the tip of the knife against his chest. Your time is up. She slowly slid the knife down his chest, all the way to the end of his abdomen. His organs spilled out onto the floor, and he collapsed, dead. Dude, like... Natalie's mother had been sleeping soundly in her room beside her husband. She woke to the sound of knocking on her door. She groggily got up and walked out of the bedroom into the front door. It was pouring outside, and thunder boomed in the distance. Okay, I'm gonna finish reading. I just got hit with like a wave of annoyance at the whole thing that I read earlier. Like the whole institutionalization into being injected into being a super, like, it just hit me how absolutely stupid that chain of events is. I'm just gonna continue. She approached the door but paused before grabbing the knob. She detected a faint sound of insane laughter. The rain and thunder seemed to quiet down suddenly. You just realized it was stupid? No, I knew it was stupid. I knew it was stupid. It just hit me how fucking stupid. Like, they institutionalized her, and then the schizophrenia medication or whatever the fuck they were injecting her with gave her superpowers. Oh my god, she pressed her ear against the door and listened closely. Hello, Mother, a voice from the other side called out. Natalie burst through the door, wielding 2 knives, all Kimbo style! Her mother stumbled back, hitting her head against a nearby coat rack. One of the hooks penetrated her skull, and she blinked. She didn't even get, like, pushed into it or, like, murdered. She fell back in fear. And she got her skull caved in by a fucking coat rack, by a coat hook. Oh my god. Bled considerably from the resulting wound. She fell to the ground paralyzed, but still conscious. Oh, she's not dead yet. Lying in a pool of her own blood. Natalie towered over her and then knelt slowly to meet her mother at eye level and displayed her blood-soaked blades proudly. I was suffering, Mother, Natalie cooed. She ran the tip of the knife across her mother's cheek, cutting it slightly. I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not going to, because I've already been incriminated enough when I read the fucking cupcake story. Natalie tilted her head. But you did nothing. All her mother could do was shake and gasp, like a fish out of water. Natalie grabbed her mother and gently laid her flat on the ground. From there, she straddled her and began cutting a V into her chest. What the fuck does V have to do with anything? Her mother could only gasp as and shake as the life drained from her. She choked and gurgled, and her breaths became labored. Natalie knew she didn't have much time left. She proceeded to forcibly open her mother... No, I shouldn't be laughing, murder. She proceeded to forcibly open her mother's chest cavity with a loud crack, reaching in and grabbed her mother's still-beating heart. Kalima! With her bare hand. Its pulses were growing farther and farther apart. Suddenly, she ripped it out, blood spraying all over her face. She stared at her mother directly in the face as she took her final breaths. Sweet dreams, she said to her mother's corpse. Your time was up. She put the heart into her mother's mouth, patted her cheek softly as she stood up. She wasn't done yet. Dude, even Jeff didn't go this crazy. Jeff didn't go this hard with his murders. Jeff just stabbed them. She's going all out. She's making an art out of it. Natalie's father, David, had... I gotta rein it in. Natalie's father, David, had stirred awake and had realized that his wife had not returned to bed yet. His eyes had only just adjusted to the darkness when he suddenly noticed Natalie standing at his bedside. with a crazed smirk plastered on her face, and her newly green-tinted eyes glowing in the darkness. They glow as well. Yeah, she's a fucking superhuman. She was covered... Excuse me. She was covered in blood, and the scent was unbearable. I don't know, blood doesn't smell that bad. She frowned dramatically. Oh dear, Mother's gone. I wonder who will get the money, Natalie jeered. She swiftly grabbed her father's forehead, laughing maniacally. That's all you ever cared about anyway. Her father, unlike... Oh yeah, because he rambles on about the economy all the time. Was that the setup? Was that the setup for why she killed him? Because she's like, your greed sickens me, because he yammers about the economy all day. Her father, unlike her mother, was a fighter, and he sprung up and grabbed Natalie by the neck and threw her to the ground. Fight. He started to stomp on her chest until she coughed up blood, and he stared down at her. Doesn't it feel good, Daddy? She laughed in spite of the violence and coughed up more blood. After all, you never seemed to mind doing it all those years ago, did you? He narrowed his eyes. You aren't my daughter. A wide smirk spread across her face, and she peered at him with her luminous eyes, blood dripping down her mouth. You're right, I'm not. She suddenly tripped him, causing him to fall hard on the floor. She scrambled to her feet, knives at hand. They say the bigger you are, the harder they fall. Oh my god. While he was winded, she grabbed a pillow and stuffed it into his face, and then stomped on it. Wouldn't that just soften the blow? I mean, a little bit, but harder and harder until a loud cracking noise could be heard. When she finally pulled the pillow away, her father's face was gruesomely mutilated, and he was making muffled noises and crying in agony. Oh my god, why do I find this so fucking funny? Because it's dumb, because it's stupid. What's the matter, Daddy? Pain too much for you? She shoved both knives into his stomach and left them there, then moved to rip one of the large, heavy wooden poles from the bed, superhuman strength. She set it down on her father's legs and withdrew the knives. I'm gonna need these, she chuckled. Oh, fucking Redditor dialogue. She sat down upon the pole on his legs, and suddenly she started to roll back while sitting down. The weight from her body on the pole slowly started to squeeze his innards up through his butt. Oh, I see what she's doing. Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. So she stabbed him in the stomach with her knives to, like, open him, and then she put a pole by his legs, and now she's rolling it up like a rolling pin to squeeze out his intestines through the 2 stab wounds on his chest. First of all, that's not how that would work. First of all. And second of all, I mean, she has super strength, so I guess she makes it work somehow. Oh my fucking god. Dude. What the fuck? He started to gag and blood poured from his mouth. His breath was silenced, and she hit a bit of a snag. Come on, she snarled as she forced herself to rock back with more weight. Suddenly his organs burst out of his mouth. That's not how that works! It's not even to come out of the wounds in his chest. She literally just pushed the pole on his stomach so hard he vomited his organs out. Oh my god. This is the most amazing dogshit stupid thing I've ever read in my life. The nasty gore piled up on the floor and the side of his face. She nodded to his carcass and started to walk out. Your time was up, Daddy. Alright, I'm sick of your fucking catchphrase already. Finally, this would be her favorite part. Oh, her brother. She quietly snuck down to her brother's room, silently opening the door. Blood dripped from her knife, making a low tapping sound as the droplets hit the hard wood. Her brother wasn't in bed. It was apparent that he must be hiding somewhere. Why didn't he call the police? If he knew what was going down, why didn't he call the... She grinned. Well, it doesn't matter. She's a superhuman. She would just dodge the bullets like fucking Neo, zip between every shot and, like, annihilate the police force. She'd be a GTA 5 protagonist. Oh my god. It was apparent, yeah. Oh, dear brother, come now. She started to walk inside. All I want to do is have a little fun. That's what's written. As she stepped in more, she listened closely for any sounds, any breathing, any moving. She even sniffed the air for his putrid scent. She's a bloodhound now. And the closer she listened, she finally noticed something. a faint breathing noise. Whack! She fell to the ground, trembling. Her brother was behind her with a now bloodied baseball bat. He was glaring down in anger, panting in rage. She tried to slowly get up, but he hit her again and again and again. Mother always did like you best, you bitch! Jesus. He hit her hard one last time before taking a breather. She was bleeding heavily. Her green eyes drooped and glowing faintly in the darkness. She felt weak and looked closer up at the ceiling. She recalled the days she had spent in here, being tortured, having to go through it for 4 years, looking at the same damned ceiling. In a sudden rush of energy into her body, she started to stand, laughing insanely, and the laugh is written out here, so I'm contractually obliged. Her brother went to hit her again, but used both of her knives. She used both of her knives to block. She blocked a baseball bat with 2 knives. You're going to hell, brother! Every other letter is capitalized. With a large push, she sent her brother flying on the bed. He hit his head against the wall and growled angrily, about to lunge at her. When she stabbed the 2 knives into his arms to keep them pinned to the wall, another crucifixion, alright. He screamed and struggled rapidly. Like in general, in Creepypasta history, there's a lot of crucifixions in these for some reason. Let's see what we can use here. She started walking around the room and smirked, seeing a simple butter knife on his bedside. Why does he have a butter knife on his bed? You have 2 perfectly good knives in his arms. Just use those. You're going extra, you psycho bitch. She picked it up and walked over to him. They say that the eyes are the softest organ on the body. She slowly licked the knife. Soft as butter. What? He looked... Oh my god, he looked in horror, trying to get away. As she started to dig out his eyes with the knife, he shrieked loudly, but she quickly tied a cloth around his mouth. Now, we can't have the neighbors waking, we can't have you waking the neighbors. He wasn't able to see anything. The pain was unbearable. Blood leaked violently from his eye sockets. He would cry, but now incapable. She dug around for more items and picked up a pair of scissors. She walked over to him, crawling over to him. I think you need to cut loose, brother. She stabbed the scissors into his gut. What is with these cringe-ass one-liners? She stabbed the scissors into his gut, and he cried out a muffled scream of pain. Oh my god. She treated him like arts and crafts, cutting through his skin like paper. Every night I have paper skin and glass bones. She lifted up his large intestine and smirked wickedly. Oh my god, don't go the fucking cupcakes route and fucking floss with them now. You know what I love? Macaroni art! She started to cut the intestines into sections. These might be a little too big to put on a plate, though. She could hear his brother foaming blood from the mouth. Here? However, he had to swallow the blood back because of the cloth around his mouth. Doesn't that taste good? She licked his blood off her fingers. I'm sure I'm having an aneurysm. I'm having like a fucking I'm like atrophying right now. Literally, I can't get the fucking... I sure know I like it. He let out another muffled scream. She went down to his toes and started cracking them and ripping them off, one by one. After a while, his screams grew futile. His throat was raw and bloody now. Next, she worked on his fingers, snapping them and ripping them off slowly. The gurgling became louder, and he started to squirm. He was choking on his own blood. He should have been doing that a long time ago. Quite frankly, he should be dead already, but we'll keep going, I suppose. She pulled the cloth down, and blood poured from his mouth, and turned his head to the side and vomited violently. There, brother, she said, patting his head. Eat this and feel better. She stuffed one of his fingers into his mouth, making it jam into his throat. He choked and slowly died. Your time was up. Oh my god, dude. The girl, known as Natalie, walking into her room dripping blood. Off to the corner, she saw it. Her stuffed giraffe. She knelt down and stared at it. Then, without a word, she stood back up and walked to the bathroom. Staring at herself, covered in blood, she heard a faint ticking noise. She looked down and saw a pocket watch, just conveniently in the bathroom. She stared at its hand slowly turning, listening to the ticking for what seemed like an eternity. She took out one of her now red knives as it heavily dripped blood onto the counter. She grabbed the pocket watch and disassembled the watch with only the small clock was left. Time makes you live through torture, she said, slowly bringing the knife up to her eye. Slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society. We live in a society, Batman. She started to slowly dig it into her eye as the vision of her left eye grew blurry and red. Oh, you're a superhuman. You should still be able to see through it. Bullshit. Fraud. Unless you find you no longer have a purpose. She felt her eyes start to come free from its socket, blood pouring in the sink. It's a vicious circle. She's having a literal villain monologue right now, dude. She felt it dangle out of her socket, a sharp pain where it was connecting in her head. Time does not speed up. It does not slow down. It is violent. She grabbed onto the cord of her eye and tore it right off, the eye falling into the sink. It makes you live through the torture over and over again. She started to place the clock in her eye, unable to fast forward away from it. There was a squishing sound and drips of blood until it seemed like the clock fit perfectly in her socket. Oh my god! I am clockwork! She named herself! She gave herself a supervillain name. It's not like oh my god. She gave herself a supervillain name. She literally gave a villain speech and gave herself a supervillain name. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's not over yet. What do you mean it's not over yet? It's almost over. We have 2 more paragraphs. Oh my god. Holy shit. The young 16-year-old girl, formerly known as Natalie, walked away from her burning house. The flames, of course, she set her fucking house on fire. The flames engulfed everything, and inside the giraffe slowly burned along with the carcasses of her family. Some say she still lives on, carrying her insanity with her, leaving so many dead, saying she decided when their time should come to an end. The only way to detect her presence is if you're cuddled close in the covers at night, sleeping soundly, but in the darkness she watches. She determines. You hear ticking, and you see a green flash of that putrid clock eye. If she is there, you know your time is up. That was Clockwork. Your time is up. Oh my god! Holy shit, that was so dog shit. Oh my god, this was worse than Jeff the Killer. This was actually worse than Jeff the Killer. Was it worse or it's better? Is it worse than Jeff the Killer, so it's funnier, so it's better? Is it better than Jeff the... Oh my, like the original Jeff the Killer, because I know I read the rewrite today. Oh my god, that was so bad. Holy shit, it was so cringe. It was very cringe. It was so edge cringe. Oh my god. Holy shit. I need to see the fucking... Oh my god. Listen. I remember when I was in, I think, high school, when I still had a Twitter before I deleted it because Twitter was cringe, I used to talk to this girl who was also into creepypastas. We used to exchange creepypastas all the time. We would talk to each other. She told me this was her favorite creepypasta. She told me that this was the best story she ever read. And when I said it was dumb, she crashed the fuck out and blocked me instantly. I wasn't even mean about it too. I was like, so yeah, I read that story. Like, it was kind of shit. It was kind of bad. Sorry to say, you know, I'm glad that you liked it. But then she was like, she was like, it's not stupid. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. I didn't know. I didn't know she was a superhuman. I understand why Nick hates this now. Why this is getting lumped with Tiki Toby. Because Tiki Toby was actually, like, okay. It was still a little cringy. It was still a little... Because, you know, all the teen serial killer stories are cringy. But the thing with Tiki Toby is he had a reason to go crazy. He was being influenced by Slender Man. It was actually not written that bad. He had trauma over his dead sister. There was, like, a compound of things happening, plus a supernatural force that pushed him to what he was. And it never went ultra over the top. In fact, Toby only killed one person, his father. And then he ran after burning his house down. And then the Slender Man took him or fucking whatever. The Tiki Toby story is actually not horrible. This is horrible. And so I understand with Tiki Toby being one of Nick's favorites, because he resonates with it a little bit, why he hates that this character is lumped in with Tiki Toby, like through shipping or whatever. Because this is so ass compared to that story. Like, so ass. Like, oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my god. I can't... I don't know what's worse. That or Jeff. I really don't. The original Jeff was so dog shit, but like... See, the thing about the old Jeff, though, is that it was written like a power fantasy. I'm sure this one was also written like a power fantasy, but it was like, with Jeff the Killer, you had lines like, what's funny is you're covered in bleach and alcohol, and I have a lighter. Like really, like, cringe, like, anime dialogue and some shit like that. Like, I think we're even, Randy. I beat your ass, and you got my brother sent to JDC. Like, it's filled with lines like that. I mean, this one also had some pretty cringe one-liners, though, to be fair. It was absurd. I feel like it was less absurd than Jeff, because Jeff was having, like, a full-on anime fight in the middle of, like, a 10-year-old's birthday party, while in this one, she got, like, injected with super serum and then killed her family. There was less of a... It was still, like, over the top and dumb, but there was less of, like, a... Well, like I said, an anime fight scene. So, does that make Jeff worse? Or does that make Jeff better because it's more entertaining? I don't know. How does that have a 7.8 out of 10? That is too high for what that is. Oh my god, dude. Alright, we have one more that I'm gonna read tonight before we finish. I don't know if it's on this website. I feel like it should be, because I think it was the first edgy teen to come after Jeff the Killer. Is this it? Smiling Jane Doe? Is that Jane the Killer? Who is Jane the Killer? Hold on, I gotta do a little bit of research here to make sure this is the right story. Jane the Killer Creepypasta. Jane the Killer. Is the protagonist slash anti-hero... What do you mean, anti-hero? What do you mean, anti-hero? Of the creepypasta Born of Science, Jane the Killer? What? And other stories such as Jane's Letters. Oh my god, this looks so fucking stupid. What is the original creepypasta story? This is like her Wikipedia bio. I don't want to get spoiled. Jane the Killer creepypasta story. Original story. Jane the Killer, the real story? No. Jane the Killer's backstory originates from the creepypasta Born of Science. Okay, so I guess that's the name of the creepypasta. Okay, so that's not what this is called. This is called Smiling Jane Doe. So I guess I'm gonna look up Born of Science creepy. What do you mean, Born of Science? What do you mean, Born of Science? Why is that the name of the story? Born of Science, Jane the Killer. Okay, I got it right here. I got it right here. Is everyone ready for? Oh, I didn't change the the current story. Oh my god, dude. Born of I'm gonna spell this so wrong. Born of Science. Why is she born of science is what I want to know, you know? What makes her born of science? Born of Science, Jane the Killer. Hey, Auntie, how's it going? You missed out on the most insane, stupid, horrible story that I've read in my life. And we're probably gonna read another horrible story. This story, confirmed by Fear of the Black Wolf or Mr. Angry Dog, is the real actual story of Jane the Killer. The other story, who has Jane's last name as Arkansas, is a fan-made or plagiarized version. Alright. Okay, honey, I'm very late. Well, yeah, this is the last story we're reading tonight, but hopefully it's funny and we can all laugh at it together. Alright, is everybody ready? Everyone ready for Jane the Killer? There is a picture here. I can't put that up. Actually, I will put that up. This is such a weird picture, by the way. I don't understand. I just don't understand. What was the last image? Yeah, right, Jeff the Killer. Okay, we're gonna swap that out for Jane the Killer. Oh my god, why is she so big? She's like a giant. Hold on. I gotta shrink that. Don't go to sleep, you won't wake up. Okay. Alright. Let's all sit back, relax, and get ready for Born of Science, Jane the Killer. Alright. Oh, okay. 2002 was never a good year for Jane Richardson. Losing both of her parents to Jeff the Killer. Oh, we're starting off strong. Tackling a job at IHOP as a waitress with barely enough money to get by on, and being both mother and father to her little sister Jessie, who was 13 years old at the time. 13 years old, sorry. Jane's aunt, Samantha Ingle, graciously helped out her nieces as far as money was concerned, so it wasn't a total loss for Jane. After all, Samantha was Paula's sister, and after her death, Samantha felt like it was right to take care of her sister's daughter. One day, while Jane was working her usual shift at IHOP, why are they really hammering in that she works at IHOP? And on her break, she came across an ad in the newspaper sponsored by her local blood bank. In the ad, it was said that the person would be paid $150 for their distribution, but they had to be really healthy blood type in order to qualify. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. Well, I mean, I guess that's fair, right? You don't want to go donating crap blood. $150 just for giving blood? Was this too good to be true? Jane thought it would be good to take that money and pay off her mother's rent, so why not? After all, she did have clean blood. That's such an odd Without hesitation, Jane wrote the address of the local blood bank down, plus the phone number, finished off her orange juice, and went back to work. Another waitress, Alexis, who was covering for Jane, noticed her mood was more optimistic and appeared more pleasant than usual, refilling other customers' drinks. Well, someone's really happy today, Alexis said. Why wouldn't I be? I found an easy way to pay off my month's rent, Jane replied, pouring a fresh cup of coffee for a random man. Thanks, the man said. Oh yeah? What? Alexis asked. Blood bank is offering $150 for anyone giving blood. You had to have healthy blood, it said, Jane said. Whoa, I never heard of that, Jane. Usually they pay you 25 bucks, Alexis replied, refilling a customer's soda. Somehow they must have made a few changes. Okay, immediately a red flag. You should be like, wait, excuse me? It's only $25? And then, like, look into it some more. Jane said, chuckling. Are you gonna swing by? Alexis asked. After I leave here tonight, Jane replied. I just mixed their voices. I just realized. I just swapped, whatever. Jane and her friend worked on through the night until the atmosphere of this IHOP was calm. Is this secretly sponsored by IHOP? Laid back and less rushed. The lights of the shopping center were where the restaurant was shined through the window. Whoa. Hold on, let me try that again. The lights of the shopping center where the restaurant was shined through the windows. Random cars on the highway passed by in the distance. Motorists who were looking for a bite to eat, getting off work, or going home sat the mood for this particularly lazy California night. KTLA News 5 was giving a report of the LAPD still pursuing Jeffrey Woods, aka Jeff the Killer, the one responsible for the murder of Jane's parents. The police commissioner said that they were having a hard time catching the suspect and had to enlist the aid of the FBI, CIA, and Departments of Justice in their manhunt. Oh, they ain't gonna help. Jeff the Killer is like a ninja. He can throw knives with perfect accuracy across the room. It would make Jane feel better to not only have Jeff captured, but wiped off the face of the earth entirely. One of the customers in IHOP that Jane noticed was a man in his late 40s with short brown hair, a goatee, sunglasses, and wearing a black three-piece suit and tie, crisply pressed. He looked like Walter White with hair! Oh, Jesus. Another distinguishing feature about this man was the Bluetoothed earpiece hanging on his left earlobe. He browsed through the menu and surveyed the employees. He paid close attention to Jane, almost as if she was a famous person. Hello, sir, what can I get you tonight? Jane asked, smiling. T-bone, steak and eggs. How do you want your steak? Well done. Eggs over easy. Well done, over easy. Oh, I just wanted to let you know that we have a new pomegranate pancake syrup. Something I happen to make in my free time, Jane replied. Do we need to know this for the story? Is this important to the story? Jane replied, taking the man's order. Wow, that sounds like a winner. You made the syrup? The man asked. Well, yes, Jane said cheerfully. You got a lot of talent, the man replied. Jane went back to the kitchen to get the man's food prepared. While he was waiting, he fumbled with a button on his earpiece. We found the perfect woman, sir, said the man, speaking in a low voice. What do you mean? Wait, whoa. Okay, so this is some secret man in black, like, secret agent. This man was actually an FBI agent. Okay, so he's an FBI agent. We found the perfect woman, sir, because she can make syrup? They found the perfect woman because she can make a pomegranate syrup at an IHOP. Oh my god. Agent Marcus East was still hunting down Jeff the Killer. Despite the LAPD's futile efforts and Agent East's determination, he was going to stop at nothing until Jeff was captured. Oh my god, this is so dumb. Excellent. Gather the other agents for next week. We know of a way of going after Jeff Lee Woods. How are you going to catch a serial killer with a woman who can make pancake syrup? Oh my god. Understood. Jane brought out East's meal and a fresh cup of coffee. Thank you very much, ma'am, Agent East said pleasantly. You're certainly welcome, sir, Jane replied. An hour later, Jane clocked out and left for the night. I'm like about to burst out laughing, and just at the prospect of whatever the heck is going to happen next. I'm already losing my mind. I'll see you tomorrow, Alexis, Jane said. See you, Janie, Alexis replied. After 30 minutes of being on the road, Jane came across the blood bank. She expected the building to be closed for the night, but oddly, it was open. This must have been a 24-hour deal. The outside of the building looked like total shit, but the interior was very pristine and sterile, similar to a doctor's office. Jane approached the receptionist at the desk and announced she was there to give blood. Good evening, ma'am. How can I help you? The receptionist asked in a warm, friendly tone. did not clock that at all in the voice I gave her, but who cares? I came across your ad saying that you would pay anyone $150 for simply giving blood. Wonderful. What's your name, dear? The receptionist asked. Jane Richardson. Okay, Miss Richardson, you go down the hall, second door to your right, the receptionist said. Squidward the receptionist. Oh, jeez. Do I have to sign any papers or anything? No. Oh, thank God, Jane replied, laughing heartily. The receptionist laughed along with Jane. I'll have your cash ready when you get done, honey. I'll have your... Oh, right, because she's getting paid for doing this, not paying... Right, got it. That was a brain fart on my end. The receptionist said, smiling. Jane indeed have a healthy, clean blood. O negative was her blood type. After what seemed like hours, but only a few minutes, they're really hammering in on how clean and healthy her blood is. Maybe that's why the FBI wants her. They just like, oh shit, she can make pomegranate syrup. She has O-type blood. Everyone knows that if you can make a pomegranate syrup, you have O-type blood. Ugh. After what seemed like hours, but only a few minutes, the doctor who extracted Jane's blood put a bandage over her spot and wished her a good night. Out front, the receptionist was going through files on her computer when she saw Jane. Man, that needle hurt like hell, Jane said, chuckling. Your arm's gonna feel sore for a day or two, the receptionist said. Tell me about it. Okay, here's your cash, Miss Richardson. $150. This will take care of my month's rent, Jane replied. Behind on your rent, huh? The receptionist asked. Lots of stuff have been going on. Me losing both my parents and all, Jane said. Just trauma dumping at the receptionist at the blood bank. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just me and my little sister. I have to be both mom and dad to her. Why are you telling the receptionist this? Why are you just immediately oversharing your life with the receptionist? Well, my condolences go out to you and your sister, Jane, the receptionist said sympathetically. Thanks, that means a lot. You have a wonderful night, sweetie. Stay safe. You too. The following morning, Jane was able to pay her month's rent and wouldn't have to worry about it until next month. While working the day shift at IHOP, Jane got a call from the blood bank she visited just the other night. What could it be? Thank you for calling IHOP, now serving pomegranate pancake syrup and our new stuffed French toast. This is Jane Richardson. How can I help you? Miss Richardson, this is she. My name is Beth Williams, one of the doctors at Biomedics Blood Bank. Biomedics? What in the umbrella corporation shit is this? We were wondering if you could come by next week to give another sample of your blood. Okay. We'll pay you $10,000. Jane went silent for a few seconds. 10 grand for another sample of her blood? Was this for real? Miss Richardson, are you there? Oh, yeah, I'm here. You said 10,000, right? Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'll see you next week. Thank you so much, Miss Richardson. We'll see you soon. Bye. Bye-bye. Hangs up phone. It's like it turned into a roleplay, into a Twitter roleplay. It doesn't say, and then she hung up the phone. It just says in bracket, hangs up phone. 1 week later, it was the start of a beautiful day in the city of Angels. Jane returned to the Biomedics blood bank to distribute her blood and score an easy 10 grand. She wouldn't have to worry about money troubles ever again. But why was Biomedics going to pay Jane $10,000? She couldn't figure it out herself, but if it meant to put that money into an account and making sure her and her sister were finally secure, then why not? Jane saw the same receptionist from last time and still remembered her. And the doctor who drew her blood was there as well. When it was all over, Jane claimed her cash, stuffed it into her wallet, and was on her way. Just as she was about to get into her car, a couple of well-dressed women approached her. One of them flashed her CIA badge and announced, Jane Richardson? Yeah? Agent Tanya Magarlo, CIA. We're watching an episode of CBS Miami. What's going on? Jane asked, very puzzled. He didn't do anything wrong, Miss Richardson, don't worry. But I was wondering if you would come with us. Where at, exactly? You'll see. Come with us, the second agent said. Without hesitation, Jane got into a limo with the other agents. Where were they taking her? Why did they choose Jane? Was there any significance? The two women were taking Jane to the CIA headquarters in Los Angeles, and they were going to explain everything to her as soon as they arrived. 90 minutes later, the limo arrived outside of the headquarters. Jane noticed there was also a U.S. Marshals and FBI van parked out front. What was this about? Don't go, Jane. See, Auntie's picking up on it. She knows what's about to happen. What was this all about? Jane couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. No matter how many times she asked the agents, it was always the same. That information is classified. Jane wanted answers. She wanted to know what was going on. Once inside, Jane was greeted by a refreshing cold breeze that seemed to be coming from central air units. It was the hottest day ever. Jane was led to a room that looked like a police interrogation area. There inside was another male agent. Jane sat. Welcome, Jane. We've been expecting you, the agent said. You mind telling me what the hell is going on? Oh, we're getting TV levels of dialogue, I see. We're getting, like, bad drama show, like, okay. Not all. First off, I just want to say, I'm sorry for the loss of your parents. I know how much you love them. I take it you heard the LAPD has been having a difficult time producing your parents' assailant, Jeffrey Woods. Jeff the Killer? Exactly. We also got in touch with the FBI, U.S. Department of Justice, and the U.S. Marshals. And they're gonna see to it that Jeff is stopped once and for all. You're sending, like, every agency after him, and you still can't catch it. He is a 14-year-old. He is a 14-year-old with third-degree burns and a knife. he's... How is it this hard to catch him? But what does that have to do with me? After receiving word from your blood transferal at Biomedics, it's apparent that you are the perfect blood time and maybe the key to stopping Jeffrey Wood. Blood time? That's what's written there. I'm not mispronouncing type. The blood time. Okay. So, let me get this straight, Jane said, trying to piece together what the agent said. After I gave my blood, you and these other agency guys want to use me to stop that son of a bitch, Jeff? Yes, ma'am. All you have to do is meet with our doctors. Just meet up with the doctors? Jane asked. Yes, ma'am, the agent replies. And then I'm free to go? In due time, I promise you. Well, okay, Jane said hesitantly. Hold on a second, I'm gonna, like... Alright, I'm good. After she was led into another room, one doctor did an eye scan of her icy blue eyes after giving her a vision test, reading an eye chart, etc. The scans of her pretty blue eyes was stored into the computer. Why'd they have to... next doctor to examine her was the cardiologist. Following a few brief questions such as her date of birth, height, weight, and that sort of thing, Jane had her blood pressure checked, which was 120/80. The normal blood pressure for a healthy young lady. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know blood pressures. Very good, the cardiologist said. He checked her heartbeat and asked her to breathe when using his stethoscope. The cardiologist wrote down everything. Next, a general practitioner was to examine Jane, checking her eyes, ears, throat, testing her reflexes, you name it. Jane passed with flying colors. Jane thought that she was going to leave the building with no problem and be on her way, but when she was led down a hallway by two guards, she noticed in one of the rooms stretchers lined up with blankets covering the bodies. A total of 25 people, all young women. The FBI has been coercing women into fighting Jeff the Killer. Why? Why is this a thing they're doing? Dead. What was going on here? She started to get freaked out at the sight of the lifeless woman, yeah, no shit, who haven't been disposed of, and anxiously asked where the guards were taking her. They refused to answer, so out of instinct, she began to assault the guards, incapacitating one of them. How? Her fighting skills she learned from Mary's father, Chef Nick, really paid off. Sheriff Nick, not Chef Nick, sorry. In the very different jobs. Oh god, I gotta reel it in. Alright, I gotta reel it in. In the midst of the brutal melee, Jane was tackled and sedated by one of the doctors. Her world began to blur and fade black. Jane groaning, in parentheses. Where am I? Jane asked, coming to. She was strapped to a chair similar to what you'd see in a dentist's office. Around her, the room looked like an operating theater bathed in bright white light, which gave the room a clean appearance. Jane couldn't see anybody because all that was in the room with her, facing towards her, was a two-way mirror. She felt something on her forehead that was similar to a headband, but saw electrodes and wires running away from her. Oh my god. Her hands and feet were secured in place. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. A few seconds later, she heard an unknown female voice on the intercom. It must have been that of an agent, researcher, or scientist. You're bullshitting me. You're not about to tell me that they're performing experiments on young women to turn them into super soldiers to fight Jeff the Killer, a 14-year-old with a knife. Miss Richardson, can you hear me? The voice asked almost sympathetically. Who's there? It's me, Dr. Beth Williams from Biomedics. I don't want to have you find out the hard way, but some of these agents and government officials tell me you have a very healthy blood type, and from what I could gather, they were correct. If you are wondering, it was me who sedated you. I did not drag you into the room in which you are in, dear. I can assure you, I will be standing by to monitor your vitals through this process, Dr. Williams said. What are you talking about? Jane, Agent Margolis said, we've brought you here because you are the perfect blood type, and also the candidate for the following experiment that has been funded by the U.S. government, totaling at $6.9 million. This is a government-funded experiment to catch a teenager with a knife. I cannot believe this. Oh my god. We have received word from the LAPD that they've had trouble in capturing the suspect responsible for the death of your parents. Bruce and Paula and we, along with the FBI, Department of Justice, and U.S. Marshals, agreed to help in the capture of Jeffrey Woods. Oh my god, if you haven't noticed, there's an intravenous needle in your arm. One of the scientists will be bringing in the serum to replace with your blood. Wait, hold the fucking phone. If they're sucking out the blood to replace it with serum, why does it matter what the blood type is? In general. If it's a replacement, why does it matter? Because it's not gonna mix. Oh my god. This is so stupid. This serum is classified, but it will ultimately help you in getting revenge on the one who took your parents' lives. Oh my god. Just then, a scientist and doctor came into the room, prepping Jane. The scientist came in with the liquid hate? Oh no, oh my god, no. You have to be shitting me. Liquid hate. Liquid hate. Okay, if you don't know what liquid hate is, it's from the Backrooms. It's a Backrooms thing. I thought Jane the Killer was like a really old creepypasta. Why is there a Backrooms thing here? Am I reading like a New Age origin story or something? Why? What in the fuck? This is... The container was 1.25 gallons with a biohazard symbol on it. The light from overhead casted the liquid, giving off a pretty glowing purple. Oh, pleasant. No, so it's not Liquid Hate from Backrooms, because Liquid Hate in the Backrooms is red. So this guy was ahead of the curve. He predicted Liquid Hate like 20 years ago. Liquid Hate. What in the... The doctor who came in was there to make sure everything was ready to monitor Jane safely. He assured her that she had nothing to be afraid of and she was going to be okay afterwards. No. Literally putting pure hate in her body. What do you mean she'll be fine? This made Jane feel somewhat better. Oh, yes, of course. As part of her was scared to death, but the other half of her showed no fear, and she was ready. The doctor put the intravenous tube into Jane's arm. The one tube ran into a container that would collect Jane's blood and shipped it to the American Red Cross for patients who had the same blood type as Jane. Okay, at least they're donating the blood. And to receive a healthy blood transfusion. The other tube was attached to the container holding the liquid hate, so in this way, it was just like an embalming fluid prep setup, but with the experimental liquid. Despite being reassured by the medical personnel that she had nothing to be scared of, a single tear ran down her face. The process began. The voices that Jane heard, the scientists, the government officials, FBI, CIA agents, U.S. Marshals, researchers, began to sound distant. Okay, I thought she was just, like, immediately hearing voices. Like, as soon as they put the liquid hate in her veins, she, like, instantly went insane, like Jeff. Oh, my God. If something were to happen to her, she would see her deceased parents. On the other side of the two-way mirror, doctors were monitoring Jane's vitals, her heart and brain waves, etc. Her heart was beating at a steady pace, showing the EKG beeping, the readings of the EEG showing normal brain activity. Jane saw her blood being drained slowly. This didn't bother her at first, but as it began to increase, she felt very weak and drowsy, almost like she was being smothered by an unknown person with an ether-soaking rag. And in the next few minutes, that was so specific, Jane's surroundings began to disappear. First, into a state of unconsciousness and weakened from loss of blood in her body, then dead. The heart monitor in the other room flatlined, the EEG went flat. For that moment, Jane was clinically dead. Jane felt a gentle, familiar hand on her face, caressing her. It was her mother, Paula. She opened her eyes, and despite being deceased for over a few minutes, she was still in the room. Her father, Bruce, was there as well. "Mom? Don't be afraid, Janie. Mommy's here," Paula cooed sweetly. She saw Jane's eyes welling up with tears and held her daughter in her arms, tightly, comforting her. "Dad?" Bruce gave Jane a kiss on her head as he joined to hold the child as well. Jane was weeping as she was glad to see her parents. "You're gonna be okay, kiddo. You're gonna be just fine," Bruce said softly, calming his daughter down. He was in a full military dress, his medals shining in the light of the room Jane was in. His uniform was crisply Her dad was a military man, and he couldn't stop a 14-year-old with a knife. His short hair... Well, okay, I guess Jeff could have, like, broke in while he was asleep and killed him in his sleep, but, like, still. His short hair shiny and brushed back, almost as if he was going to attend a military ball. "What's going on?" Jane asked. "Well, since the doctors emptied your body, you went out like a light. But me and Daddy are gonna stay here until you come alive, honey." What? What? Huh? They know what's happening and they're like okay with this? Huh? And they know what's gonna happen to her? Huh? Paula said in her soft-spoken voice, her words soothing Jane's heart. One thing I could never stand about IV needles is when someone can't find the vein to put it in. That happened to me when I was a little kid and I suffered sepsis, and I felt like frickin' Swiss cheese. That old hag couldn't put a needle in right. You gotta know that having experiences as a doctor and a PhD doesn't come with vision. Okay, Dad. Thanks, I guess. Bruce said, smiling, laughing. This made Jane smile and giggle as she laughed with her daddy. She knew for the longest time that her daddy was a very silly and made her laugh without even trying, and was still a goofball in the afterlife. That is also what Paula loved about her husband. Jane's parents stayed with her until the liquid hate was administered. Your father couldn't stand needles being poked into him at all, honey. But getting like an allergy shot or vaccine, that didn't bother him. It was an intravenous needle that got on his nerves. Even when he was little, he fainted at the sight of a big needle, Paula said, chuckling. Hey, that thing was big, Bruce replied comically. I know I'm gonna feel sore and stiff when I get up, Jane said. Considering the chair you're in, I wouldn't be surprised, honey, Paula replied. I think tonight you should take a nice hot bath with some Epsom salts, Bruce said, caressing Jane's hair. Good idea, Jane replied. You just remember one... I'm giving, like, Jane and her mother the same voice at this point. I fucking, like, I can't even be bothered. You just remember one thing, my little Jane baby. If you ever need me or Daddy, we'll be right here, Paula said, pointing to Jane's heart. And we'll come live in your dreams, sweetheart, Bruce added, smiling. We're so proud of you. Jessie's lucky to have such a sweet sister. We'll always be watching over you, love, Paula said sweetly. We love you, Jane, Bruce said. Oh, the purple stuff is about finished, Paula said, pointing to the liquid hate that was halfway empty. I love you, Mommy. I love you, Daddy, Jane said, giving her parents a hug before they returned to heaven. We love you too, Janie, Paula replied, giving her daughter one final kiss goodbye. Jane slowly regained consciousness and came to. The EKG and EEG roared back to life, showing heart and brain activity, her vitals appearing normal. As her vision adjusted, she saw she was still in the operating theater. When she looked down, she noticed her hands were now ivory white. She was pale like a corpse. She screamed over the loss of her natural skin pigmentation. They stole my melanin! And saw that her once bright platinum blonde hair was now coal black. Isn't blonde hair the absence of color? Why would her hair go... Alright. She tried to break free from the restraints, thinking that she would fail, but somehow, with now increased strength, ripped both of the restraints off and jerked the wires off her head. She tore the leg restraints away and got up out of the chair. She looked towards the two-way mirror, now in a violent, angry, homicidal rage, and hollered, "What the hell did you do to me?" Yeah, it probably wasn't the best idea to inject her with pure hate, now is it? She's going to experience violence episodes and homicidal tendencies for the first 90 seconds. Oh my god, and you didn't strap her down any more securely knowing this would happen? One of the scientists said to the group. You are now full of liquid hate, Miss Richardson, Agent Margolis said. I look like fucking powder! That's because your natural skin color went away, Jane. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Jane picked up a chair that was in the room and threw it against the two-way mirror, shattering the glass. She grabbed a hold of one of the doctors who were monitoring her vitals by the collar. Oh, here comes the murder. Slamming him against the wall with incredible strength, causing a huge dent. Oh my god, she's a superhuman. Now we have two superhumans, Clockwork and Jane. Although this one will fight on the side of justice and fight Jeff the Killer or some shit. One of the scientists sounded the alarm for armed guards and medical personnel to restrain Jane. One pulled out a syringe, trying to aim it for Jane's neck, but Jane took the needle and stabbed the doctor between the eyes and injected an air bubble into him. How? It's not an empty syringe. The two guards with automatic weapons tried to fire at Jane, but she grabbed both their arms, causing them to fire at each other. She's a superhero. She became like a superhero, or an anti-hero, or whatever. Fucking, I don't know. One agent fired at Jane, but the bullet didn't faze her a bit. The wound automatically and quickly healed. What is she, Deadpool? She approached the agent who was still firing multiple shots at Jane, and at least she doesn't dodge them, okay? At least she doesn't literally dodge bullets like Clockwork and Nina, alright? It's still stupid, but oh my god. She approached the agent who was still firing multiple shots at Jane and snapped his wrist into, I-N-T-O, showing fractured bones and blood spreading everywhere. An orderly standing at 6'5" and 300 pounds tackled Jane. Why do we need to know his metrics? Tackled Jane, attempting to subdue her, but Jane had the upper hand and flipped him over onto his side and snapped his neck into, also I-N-T-O. Just as carnage continued, Jane took the now empty liquid hate container, broke it against the ground, and took a sharp glass shard and stabbed to death one of the agents, her clothes now stained with blood. Amidst the dead, broken, mutilated, bullet-ridden bodies and those who were out cold, Jane looked at the group who was in the room that now had no mirror and said in an ominous tone, "Thank you for saving me. Thank you for making me what I am. I know now what I must do. I must kill Jeffrey Woods and end his reign of terror forever. If he is not killed, more lives will be lost, like the guys you just killed. I am much stronger now. I am unstoppable, unkillable. Weapons are useless against me. Anyone who dares crosses me, I will be the last thing they ever see. I will kill Jeff the Killer, and no one will stop me." After 90 seconds, Jane's homicidal tendencies ceased, and she was acting normal again. Okay, cool. The same doctors who were examining her wanted to do x-rays, MRI scans, and the final examination on her. Jane stood naked as the day she was born, as physicians didn't see any abnormal changes. No defects. She was even more beautiful despite the fact that she was pale white with black eyes. Alright. Okay, Miss Richardson, I want you to read what's on this chart right here, an eye doctor said. Oh my god, they actually wrote it out. EFPTOZLPEDPEDFCZPFELOPDZD 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Printed by Century City Optometry, 10250 Santa Monica Boulevard, Suite 107, Los Angeles, California, 90067. Bruh! The eye doctor was flabbergasted that Jane read everything down to the fine print. He took a magnifying glass and saw the address and company name at the bottom of the eye test chart. Wow, he said, dumbfounded. So, Doc, are there any other tests today, or can I walk out of here and be on my way? Well, are you going to give me another visual test, or just stand there and stare at me all day? I'm just gonna stand here and stare at you all day, the eye doctor said, seeing Jane fully naked. Alright, dude. Alright, buddy. Okay. Alright, dude. Yeah, you're talking to like a superhuman who will murder you. So I'll take that as a you're free to go? Yeah. Jane took her blood-stained clothes that were in a hospital bag and walked out fully nude, not caring that people were looking at. Put your fucking clothes on, lady. On her way home, she saw clothes that were hanging out to dry on a clothesline outside by a little suburban home. These clothes matched her frame. She's just gonna steal someone's laundry? There was a pair of black sweatpants and sleeveless black Under Armour shirt and a black hoodie. Oh my god. They all smelled sweet as she pulled them off the clothesline and got dressed in broad daylight. The only article of clothing that weren't bloodstained were her black Skechers sneakers. She slipped on her socks and shoes, called Jessie, and told her she was okay. Jessie waited back at home for her sister to return. Dude, she just stole... Why did she steal someone's laundry? Also, Mary was waiting. Jessie immediately ran into her big sister's arms, gasping emotionally, giving her a big hug. Mary hugged both Jessie and Jane. Who's Mary? Mary hugged both Jessie and Jane and gave her honey bun a kiss on the lips. Oh, is it her girlfriend? Baby, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried, Mary said, emotionally, glad that Jane was alright. I knew you'd come back, Jessie said through tears of joy. Of course I did, Jane replied, giving her little sister a hug, still emotional. Jeff has some competition, so as many other criminals out there. Don't go to sleep, you won't wake up. Jane the Killer is coming for you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, although you're all ladies, actually, I just realized that the entirety of my chat is ladies. Well, VOD might have some guy, whatever. Fucking, oh my god, that was Jane the Killer. Oh my god. Dude, these stories are ass, dude. This was worse than the Lost episode. Than the Lost episode, episode, I guess. The Lost episode. Oh my god. Born of Science. I like the part where she stole the laundry. She's a superhero now. It's not just Jeff. Jeff has some competition. I'm not going for my blood test this week. Would you think they're gonna turn you into like a pale ghost woman to go hunt down a 14-year-old? Why did they need to have a $6.9 million government-funded experiment to turn her into a superhero to fight a 14-year-old with a knife? Dude. Oh my god, this was so bad. I think... okay, Rose and Maul. Just to make a 69 joke? What do you mean just to make a 69... What 69 joke? What 69 joke are you talking about? Alright, listen. Maul and Rose. Cast your votes. What was worse? Clockwork or Jane the Killer? Because they're both really bad. They're both really, really bad. They both suck so hard. The $6.9 million... Oh, 6.9, 69, okay. Do you really think they made it that amount of money to just be... To be like... Do you really think they made it 69 million just to make a 69 joke? Because that would be so dumb. That would be so stupid. Like everything else in this story, to be fair. Jesus. I gotta say, this one was, like, ridiculous and stupid. I think I like the level of stupid ridiculousness that Clockwork had better. So I think Clockwork is worse in writing, obviously. Oh my god, Jane the Killer versus Clockwork. She became a supervillain at the end, Jane became a superhero at the end. Or I guess an anti-hero. So they're gonna duke it out. Two superhumans. I don't know why Jeff the Killer is gonna be fine, because he's not a superhuman. He's just like a 14-year-old that has face burned off, but like is alive somehow and is a serial killer with ninja abilities or some shit. Jane the Killer and Clockwork are both superhumans. They both got injected with stuff. Except Clockwork was injected with schizophrenia medication, and that turned her into a superhuman somehow, for some reason, in some regard. No, I think Clockwork was a lot worse, actually, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it. Hey, Waxy, you just missed out on the end of reading the stories here. That was the last one I was going to read tonight, unfortunately. But you're free to watch the VOD. There's a lot of really bad ones in here. Okay, so let me stop the spooky music. Let me get rid of the images and the text. And let me get rid of... Let me put on my music here. We're gonna put on the music here. Loop that. Okay, so the stories that I read today, we read a couple. I had some internet problems, so I didn't get to read as much as I wanted, but we did read a couple today. We read Hoodie. That one was so bad. So you all missed Hoodie because that was the very first one I started with when there was like no one in chat. Hoodie was basically a teen goes to a thrift store and he buys a hoodie. And he's like... He goes to a thrift store, he buys a hoodie, and he's like, oh, this hoodie looks real good on me. I feel really confident. I'm gonna punch my bully in the stomach so hard he dies from eternal bleeding, and now I'm a serial killer. That was literally the entire story. It was so stupid. And he kept comparing himself to Black Spider-Man. Like from Spider-Man 3, when he had the Venom suit. For some reason. So that was the first one I read. Then I read Nina the Killer. And listen, do I have to actually tell you anything about Nina the Killer if I just tell you that the official art for her has her wearing a collar that says Jeff on it with 2 hearts on either side for Jeff the Killer? Do I really have to explain what that story is about, giving you that visual? That she's literally wearing a collar with his name on it? She was basically a Jeff the Killer stan that was, like, obsessed with him. And he, like, showed up and bleached her face for her, and she's like, oh my god, this is wonderful, I love you, Jeff. And then she became a serial killer that could dodge bullets and murdered and killed people. That one sucked. What did I read? Then after that, I read Jeff the Killer, Rewrite. I can't believe I'm gonna say this. Jeff the Killer was the best story tonight. The rewrite of Jeff the Killer was actually, like, good. I know, blasphemous, because Jeff the Killer is, like, the stupidest creepypasta to exist on the history of the planet. But Jeff the Killer Rewrite was actually good. It was good tonight. Can you believe that? Jeff the Killer story that was good. I can't. But it was. After that, we read Sally. Sally was a good story, but it made me very uncomfortable, and it was very sad. It was just a tragedy. It was a good written story, but I might have to put up a trigger warning, actually, for the VOD because of Sally, because it deals with some pretty fucked up topics, and it did a really good job at making me angry at the uncle. But yeah, that it was a good story. It was just the subject matter was so dark, and I've never read it before now, and it's like, Jesus Christ. And then this is around when you popped in, Rose. We started reading Clockwork, which was so bad, but it was funny. It brought the humor back into the stream after Sally, and then finally we ended off with Jane the Killer, or Born of Science, as it's called apparently. Oh my god! The only good story. Well, no. I said Sally was a good story. Okay, the best story I would say was Jeff the Killer, which is absurd to say. Like, absolutely absurd to say. It was a rewrite, it's not the original, so maybe it's not as absurd to say, but Jeff the Killer was actually not bad. Sally was a close second, but the only reason I'm not saying it's the best one is because the subject matter made me sad and angry and upset. So, you know, I mean, I guess that was its job, but, you know. Those were the only two good stories. The rest of them were so bad. So bad. But yeah, that was reading classic creepypastas, the Edgy Teen Hour. Next Wednesday, I'm not gonna have a theme. I'm just gonna go back to reading whatever I found that was interesting. I guess next time, let me see what else we got here. What I could do. We got Mr. Widemouth. That's one we can read. I want to read Zalgo, Mr. Widemouth. I don't know what Held is, or Ikbar Biglestein, whatever that is. Maybe we could read the sequel to the Jeff the Killer remake. I want to read, No End House. We gotta read No End House next time. We're gonna read No End House, Polybrius, Rap Rat. Yeah, there's still plenty on here that we can go through. We haven't even read Smile Dog yet. Oh, there's so much on here we haven't even gotten to yet. Ted the Caver. The portraits. Yeah, there's still plenty of, Seed Eater. There's still plenty of stories we can read. The theater. So we got plenty for next week, for next Wednesday. Which, is next Wednesday the last October? It is. So next Wednesday is going to be Creepypasta reading finale. For this month, anyway. I'll probably read more horror stories off of, maybe not. I mean, there's plenty of creepypastas I could go through, but the thing is after tomorrow, I've read all the big ones. You know what I mean? Which is what I set out to do. So this feels like a 1 October thing. I'll see what I'll do next October. But for now, we got 1 day left. We got 1 Wednesday left, and we're gonna wrap up these popular creepypastas. This series has been so fun to do. From the first Wednesday of the month to now, which actually the first Wednesday of the month was October 1st. From the first Wednesday of the month to now, reading these stories every Wednesday, I've been having so much fun. So much fun. Some of them are good, and it's just nice to get enraptured in a story. Some of them are mediocre, and it's like, oh, then, you know, it's kind of a waste of my time, whatever. And then some of them are just so bad, they're funny, and it's so fun to make fun of the bad ones, and it's like, I have been having such a good time with this series. Like, really. And it's kind of sad that's coming to an end next Wednesday, but, you know, we're running out of pastas, and we're running out of October Wednesdays, so that's what it's going to be at the next one. That being said, Saturday we're gonna do more No I'm Not Human. We're gonna suss out those imposters, maybe make it to, you know, the end of the game instead of getting kidnapped by FEMA or turning into a psychopath and going on a rage rampage. We're gonna get to an ending of No I'm Not Human on Saturday. On Sunday, I don't know if I want to do this But I recently got possession of Silent Hill F, which is the new Silent Hill game. I don't know how long the game is. And this is one of those games... Remember how I had a hard time streaming? Because it's like, oh, I want to be able to experience games as they are and not focus on being an entertainer over just enjoying something. This is one of those games. So I don't know if I'm going to stream this. But if I do decide I'll stream this, I'll stream it Sunday. I'm wondering if there's something else that something else horror I can stream Sunday. Mark, I know you want me to play Fears to Fathom. I can play the first one, I can't play the other ones, and if that's only an hour, I need something to fill the next 5 hours of airtime with. So, I'm not sure what to do about that. There's gotta be, like, a short horror game that I can play. Right? Gotta be something. I can figure it out. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I'll figure out what to do for next Sunday. I'll definitely have it ready by the time the next Sunday rolls around. I have plenty in this library that I can play. So I don't think I'll be wanting for something to play, you know what I mean? Oh, I could probably play Lost in Vivo because I played that before. It wouldn't be a blind playthrough, so I could do that. That or Nightmare of Decay. Okay, so Saturday we're gonna play more No I'm Not Human. Sunday we're gonna play either Nightmare of Decay or Lost in Vivo, and then Wednesday we're gonna play, or we're not gonna play. We're gonna read more creepypastas. Then October will be over before next Sunday, which means coming November 1st, on Saturday, I will be starting a playthrough of Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. So be ready for that. That's going to be hella fun. That's going to be tons of fun. I'm going to do all kinds of voices. There's going to be all kinds of Mario jokes and stuff. And that's just going to be a fun time. Turkey-themed games? What do you mean, turkey-themed games? I don't even think there would be turkey-themed games. Oh. Oh, were you assuming I was gonna say I'll be playing turkey-themed games all November? Mark, I don't even think that there are turkey games. I don't think that's a thing. The South Park game? I can't play the South Park game. I'll get, like, demonetized and censored off the air. Unless there's a censored version. They out of pocket with that fucking game. This all being said, thanks everybody for watching. If there's anything y'all want to talk about before I vanish, it is 9, so I gotta end soon, but if there's anything y'all want to talk about, get it out now. Okay, see you in the next one, yeah, on Mario. That's the Saturday after next. The next one is... No, I'm Not Human. But yeah, I think... I'm pretty certain you'll like the Mario stuff better than the horror stuff. the scary stuff. But yeah, thank you for joining, Auntie. Thank you so much. Thank you, Waxy Bodangler, for joining. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Maul. I don't know if you're here still because you're not on the list anymore. But thank you if you are still here. Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I hope you all had a good time. The VOD will come up a little later because I gotta stitch it together with my failed stuff when the internet was going wonky earlier. But, I'll catch all of you on Saturday. I hope you all have an amazing time. An amazing night, an amazing week up into Saturday. And, yeah. I'll see all of you next time. Always do what you want to do. Follow your dreams. Don't do what other people expect of you if you don't want to. And, peace out. Love y'all!